Things could get worse and worse. Worse and worse and worse. Is your daddy dead? Overlord is the...
Tex? Are you okay? Sit up for a minute in the camera.
No, I've fallen. I can't get up.
Oh, come on, sweetie. Let me see that handsome face of yours.
I know you're a strong woman, Chelsea, but even you've got your limits.
Quit stalling. I want to see the real you.
Okay. Hope you got your smelling salts handy.
Ooh, scary. You know, my brother had a mask just like that he wore to all the Halloween parties. He always won a prize.
Yeah? Well, after a hot bath, an apricot facial, and a little makeup, you're gonna be eating your heart out there, darling.
You probably forgot, but our date starts in exactly 12 minutes. Lucky for you, there is a 1-hour grace period.
Thanks, Chelsea. You're the only one who really understands me. So what are we doing tonight?
It's a surprise.
Well, it's not a formal surprise, is it? Because my tux, it's at the dry cleaners.
No monkey suit required.
I hope it's a naughty surprise.
Oh, well, you'll just have to wait and see, cowboy. Now don't go back to sleep. Make yourself beautiful as quick as you can and zip on over here. I'll be waiting.
Sorry I'm late.
Well, at least you're here. Come on in, let me take your hat and your coat.
You know, in this light, you kind of look like a princess.
Well, thank you. So which one of the dwarves do I have with me tonight? Happy, grumpy, or dopey?
Sleepy, actually. But hey, I'll tell you what. I put on a fresh shirt. I'm wearing the tie you asked me to wear. Get a couple of drinks for me. I'm gonna perk right up, okay?
Well, you look like you've been working hard.
Oh, man, I'm exhausted. It's just that I can't seem to get a decent night's sleep.
You still having those nightmares?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I think if you kept a little bit more normal hours and you ate a decent meal every now and again, you might look and feel a lot better. And that's why we have an 8 o'clock reservation at the Golden Pagoda.
Well, since you got to pick the restaurant, maybe I could be in charge of the early evening entertainment. Because if we...
Tex, honey, listen. I don't want you to think that I'm not interested. I am. It's just that I think that we have some things that we really need to discuss first.
Such as?
I just think it would be nice if our relationship could go further.
What, like, all the way to second base?
No. All I'm talking about is the ability to commit to something that has the potential to make us both very happy.
It's about Sylvia, isn't it?
No, and it's not about marriage. It's about that one thing that prevents us from being close.
What does Sylvia have to do with you and me?
You tell me.
Okay. If you really want to know, I'll tell you. But keep in mind, 6 years ago, I was pretty much an idiot. The colonel had just fired me from his detective agency because I thought everything had to be done by the book. Literally. Well, being the naive optimist that I was, I decided to go into business for myself and become a big success. As it turned out, I was about to learn some even harder lessons. There I was in my shiny new office with all the trimmings up to my ears in debt. Weeks had gone by and I was still waiting around for my first client to show up. I figured I'd have more work than I could handle in a big city like New San Francisco. And I was just starting to feel like a tiny bug on the windshield. Yeah, Chelsea, you wouldn't believe it, but I had a really nice office. Let me tell you about it. The rich cherrywood finish of my new desk presents an image of stability and success to my clients. Nothing refreshes like cool, clear water. These are where my clients sit, hypothetically. I fill my ashtray with candy in hopes that visitors will forego the dangers of smoking in favor of good, wholesome, processed sugar. Extreme Sports Illustrated is pretty cutting edge. The last issue had an article on ultimate chess, 30 men and 2 women in a literal fight to the death. The PI Rules is my Bible. 20 tried and true aphorisms with plenty of blank pages to add your own. I've come up with 17 others so far. The Colonel told me this book was for idiots, but I found these words of wisdom to be both inspiring and instructive. I like to think of this as my little throne. These desk drawers are special because they're mine. Empty. Just manuals for the phone and fax machine, you know, technical stuff. I just got this phone, and it came with a free 2-week subscription to the American Information Database. I can request data on my cases, and it will be faxed to my office immediately.
Welcome to the American Information Database. We hope you enjoy your free 2-week trial subscription. Our new voice recognition interface makes requesting information more convenient than ever before. Simply tell us the topic you want researched. The request will be immediately transmitted to our central database. Any available information will be sent, usually within seconds, to your fax number. What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Tex Murphy has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? Thank you for using the American Information Database. Goodbye.
Do you have a fax?
My fax machine's brand new. Now if I could just get a fax from someone other than my mom. Fax! Oh, I knew this thing had come in handy. This perpetual motion device just goes on and on and on. Reminds me of my crazy Uncle Cadmus. Well, I've only got a few things in my file cabinets right now, but someday they'll be jam-packed. The cabinet itself was dirt cheap, but I was surprised at how much they charged me for the drawers. I'll need this space just for petty cash. In this drawer, I'm going to compile my own list of moral and ethical guidelines that a private investigator should adhere to. I think I'll keep this drawer empty. This here's my little buddy. The Murphy family dance steps and the secret of successful dance instructors will be kept here, in case I ever have to make a career change. The only pet I've ever had, his name is Raymond. As soon as I get a case, I'll have something to stick in here. Here's where I intend to keep the background data for the motivational self-help books I intend to write. This is where I'll store information on the dangers of alcohol and tobacco and the importance of a personal daily fitness program. This drawer will store the civic responsibility citations I'll receive from community and religious organizations. The lady on QVC said these commemorative Elvis plates were collectibles. I figure I got my retirement all taken care of. One thing's for sure, this isn't the only love seat in the office. Some people have power ties. I have power plants. My office having only a single exit is just one of the several fire code violations that made this place extremely reasonable. All right. Looks like the latest issue of Boyd's Life has arrived. I wonder what that crazy Boyd is up to this month. Oh, Boyd's Life. Annual fishing issue. I wonder what those twins are up to this month. The guy who sold me my stone masks said either they were a fertility charm or would curse me to lifelong poverty and a violent death. Live dangerously, I say. The Cliff Notes collection of the world's most complicated novels. I say trim the fat. I'm not sure why, but this sculpture is called Every Day is Sunday to a Bird. The compendium of mediocre Sherlock Holmes ripoffs. My favorite is the short story by Joe Esterhaus, The Sign of the Thong. Ay, 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 la policía! Studies in Venezuelan policing tactics. These are all biographies of Wayne Newton. I don't know why people always found him so fascinating. My murder mystery collection. I've read so many. The way I figure, I'll pretty much have every case solved before I leave my office. 300 years of dance and the dance instructor's guide to proper footwork. If this PI gig doesn't work out, I can always go back to giving dance lessons. It's a proud Murphy family tradition. Collection of Latvian literature. I use these books for scrap paper. It's the Linda Goodman Sun Sign series, complete with a Leo bookend. These are travelogues of every country in the world that begins with A. I don't want to brag, but I own every John Grisham novel ever published. History of animal testing. I read a couple of chapters whenever I feel like getting really worked up. I use this tape to measure my success. I've just got to dust it off and it'll work like a charm. Made these vases in my high school pottery class. It's the easiest B- I ever got. I'm going to store all the business awards I receive in this drawer. This special place will be for storing precious mementos of my future family, and the beautiful, virtuous woman will become my bride. I'll use this drawer to store articles and newspaper stories that will be written about my incredible cases and daring exploits. This is where letters of recommendation and thank yous from clients will go. Oops, this letter from the Colonel's been misfiled. This is the door to my walk-in closet and bedroom. This holds all 4 of my color-coordinated outfits. When it comes to fashionable attire, I believe in quality over quantity. This is where I keep my clean underpants. Uh-oh, only 1 pair left. I better be careful. Humphrey Bogart, my one true inspiration. This TV tray will come in handy if I can ever afford a TV. I'm saving these bottles of cold duck for a special romantic dinner. All of the flavor and none of the mind-numbing alcohol. This is the one thing that I refuse to skimp on. It's the finest cot that money can buy. The Royal Game of India. In my book, Parcheesi, Twister, and Ms. Pac-Man are the triumvirate of competitive gaming. Well, 5 would be nice here.
Are you the private investigator?
Oh, that's what someone painted on the door.
I'll take that as a yes. I'd like to hire you, if you're available.
Well, it just so happens that I am. What can I do for you, Ms.?
Linsky, but I'd prefer if you called me Sylvia.
Okay, Sylvia. I'm Tex Murphy. Have a seat.
I'm sorry if I disturbed your game.
Well, that's all right. I was losing anyway.
Would you like one?
No, actually, there's a rumor going around that those things are bad for you.
Lots of things are bad for you. That doesn't stop me from enjoying them.
So, why are you in the market for a PI?
My father, Carl Linsky, died a week ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
The police think it's suicide. I believe they're wrong.
Well, the police are usually pretty good in matters like this. I mean, I can't believe they'd make that big a mistake.
My father wasn't suicidal, and I'll pay you to prove it.
Okay, your father's name is... Sorry, was?
Carl Linsky.
Okay. Well, if we rule out the suicide, that leaves 3 other ways to go. I mean, it could have been an accident, or natural causes, or it could have been murder.
The police say that they have witnesses that saw him jump off the Golden Gate Bridge.
Well, I guess that rules out the first 2 then. So you think your father was murdered?
He didn't kill himself, I know it.
Look, if I take your case, you gotta understand there's no money-back guarantee. And it doesn't sound real promising.
I just don't know what else to do.
Who's the officer in charge?
The detective's name is Eve Clements.
All right, I'll go down and I'll talk to her. We can get together later and I'll tell you what I found out.
I'm staying at my father's house. Here's the address. Now, about the money up front. How much do you need? Because I haven't got a lot.
I'm running a special this week. If I decide not to take your case, there isn't going to be any charge.
Thank you. I'll be waiting.
It's nice to meet you, Sylvia.
It doesn't sound like a very promising start.
Well, like I said, I was running out of cash fast and was pretty desperate for a case. I knew Detective Clements and figured I'd pay her a visit. The only problem was she and the Colonel were pretty tight, and like I told you, I'd gotten the Colonel in some trouble not long before.
Get out!
You busy?
If it isn't Tex Murphy. Sold out any fellow PIs lately?
Well, now that you bring it up, how is the Colonel doing anyway?
We had a drink together a couple of nights ago. He said if I saw you, to be sure and tell you to go to hell.
Colonel, he is such a sweetheart. You believe it? Speaking of which, how have you been?
You know, the last thing I need is some pansy PI wasting my time.
Look, I'll be so quick, you won't even know I was here.
Give me one good reason why I should do any favors for you.
Listen, I just went into business for myself, and I'm kind of relying on people like you to help me out.
All right, Murphy. You're just lucky you caught me in a charitable mood. But be quick about it. The Colonel seems to think you've got the potential to be a good PI, once you wake up to reality and get your priorities straight. I'm willing to help you out because you're just getting started in the business, but don't abuse the privilege. As next of kin, she was notified and came in to identify her father's body. Didn't take it too well. One of the uniforms had to drive her home. 6 witnesses saw Linsky take the dive. Their stories matched up and they all checked out.
And they all ID'd Linsky.
Not exactly. None of them were close enough to make an absolutely positive ID, but they described his general appearance, build, and clothing. Body wasn't found for a couple of days. Wasn't in the best shape when we fished it out of the bay, but we were able to make an identification using the personal effects found on the body. Coroner said the cause of death was drowning, no other injuries, though there was a scar back here. Linsky probably had surgery done recently. That's all. We didn't follow it up since it had nothing to do with his suicide. Standard stuff. Wallet, keys, and a suicide note neatly sealed in a Ziploc bag. I'd let you see it, but it's logged in as evidence. The handwriting, incidentally, was 100% match.
So you're saying you're not going to take my case?
Well, I don't want to take your money if I can't help you.
Fine. Leave.
I'm just being straight up, okay?
If you won't help me, I can do what I can on my own. It certainly won't be the first time.
I charge $400 a day plus expenses.
I have $1,000. If you can prove it wasn't suicide, I'll give you $10,000 later.
It's a deal. Now you're gonna need to tell me everything you know so I can get started.
Oh, I will. Thank you, Tex. I found a scrap of paper here with the address to your office written on it, no name. If my father didn't contact you, he must have gone to see someone else who works in your building. Before I came to see you, I checked the directory in the lobby, but didn't recognize any of the names. All I want to do is find out the truth about my father's death. She wasn't very friendly or helpful. I think she already made up her mind about my father's death.
Why don't you think your father would commit suicide?
He never would have considered it. He took good care of himself, and he often told me he was going to celebrate his 100th birthday by going skydiving.
Well, do you know anybody who'd want to see him dead?
No, no one. Everyone liked him. He was a kind man. I know the police confirmed that the note was in my father's handwriting, but it doesn't matter. I know it had to be a forgery. My father mentioned that he had had surgery performed, but he said it was minor and didn't say any more about it.
Detective Clemens said you didn't pick up your father's personal effects.
I really don't remember much after they asked me to identify the body. An officer drove me home, and I haven't gone back.
Well, they won't release the personal effects to me, and I'm hoping I'll be able to go through them so I can see if there's any kind of lead.
When we're done, I'll go pick them up and meet you back here.
After I finished talking to Sylvia, she gave me a spare key and said I was free to look around the house.
Oh, Sylvia was playing you like a kazoo.
Well, more like a game of trouble, as I began to realize when I started poking around Linsky's house. This must lead to the bedroom. Must be a closet door. Linsky's taste in books ran the gamut from lackluster all the way to incomprehensible. Looks like something a flapper would languish on. Someday, I'll get my own Dr. Watson. Then we can sit in chairs like these and discuss my brilliant powers of deduction. The fire makes the living room feel quaint and cozy. The note reads, "Blackjack and dominoes." I wonder who this Blackjack is. Sounds like a pirate. Unless, of course, it refers to the number 21. But how does 21 tie to the dominoes? Blackjack and dominoes and 21 horizontally, vertically, and diagonal. Maybe Linsky had some code number if the dominoes were placed in a special order of 21 in all directions. I've never been a fan of dominoes. I figured the time wasted playing dominoes could be time well spent playing a rousing game of Parcheesi. A light is flashing by the 4, the 9, and the 8. These three numbers are probably useful. That's the front door. I've always admired well-built chairs. Freezer's well stocked. All this detective work's giving me the munchies. Maybe I can dig up a little snack in the fridge. All sorts of yummy foodstuffs. Sheesh, even I know you don't keep bananas in the fridge. I don't think there's going to be much to find in these kitchen cabinets. Standard kitchenware. There's always time for a new case. I wonder if this was for Linsky's personal use. If so, he may have had a little addiction. I don't think there's going to be much to find in these kitchen cabinets. Waste not, want not. That looks like an oven to me. I'm no expert, but I'd guess that's a microwave. Well, it's pretty clear Linsky didn't intend to starve himself to death. An armoire, one of the 9 French words I can pronounce like a native. Linsky wasn't exactly a fashion animal. Most of these clothes look 20 years old. This photo certainly is an eyeful. Flowering trees in a fragrant meadow. This picture has to be really old. Looks like a half-finished letter. It appears Carl Linsky was about to dump someone named Dolores. Cherry wood desk with praline trim. Yum. Waste not, want not. Junk mail, catalog. Something on professional letterhead. This could be interesting. So Linsky signed a book deal and wasn't delivering the goods. The question is, why? Scrap paper, notepad. I guess Linsky didn't plan on entertaining when he bought this bed. I wonder if Linsky's little black book could be green. Looks like Linsky bookmarked the address for Dolores Lightbody. There are only 31 pieces on the chessboard. Seems like an odd number. The aftermath of Armageddon never looked so picturesque. Antique dresser. Nice quality. Shirts, pants, sweaters, nothing interesting. Brand new cotton briefs. Larges, too. I wonder if I oughta... Nah. Shirts, pants, sweaters, nothing interesting. That's a nice sweater. Some t-shirts. My deductive powers tell me that this ladder could lead to the attic. It's a shame credenzas went out of style. I wish I had 2 or 3 for my office. Typical packing boxes. Could be a bar stool. My mother still hasn't forgiven me for quitting piano lessons. Then again, she still refuses to believe the rumors about Liberace. Great. Nothing special. Oh, grandfather clock. Grandma Murphy always found the name sexist. With all the mattresses and headboards up here, Linsky could have opened a hostel. From the looks of this mattress, Linsky must have told his kids scary bedtime stories. It's a chair, all right. Whatever's under the sheet looks remarkably like furniture. Linsky was from an older generation, the kind that always kept a spare door for emergencies. Why would anyone keep something this handsome and ornamental hidden away in the attic? I guess I don't have to look at everything. Some sort of light source. Oh, a bunch of neurology textbooks. Intriguing.
They're in my head. They're in my head. Get them out. Get them out. Get them out. They're in my head. Oh, get them out. Oh, get them out. I can't take it any longer. Get them out. Get them out.
What the hell was that all about? Titanium cabinets like these are guaranteed to withstand a nuclear explosion. Something I always look for in a warranty. Nothing useful. Another empty drawer. Old college research papers. Nothing useful. Looks like somebody was having fun with crayons. I wonder what Linsky did to this Blaine Warner person. Maybe he stole his tricycle. This credenza requires a key. Locked. The I'll need to find a little something before I can open this. Some sort of light source. A fancy roll top. Think I'll take a look under the hood. This could be worth looking at. Sylvia Linsky's credit report. Looks like money management isn't one of her strong points. Empty. "20-year-old tax return. Fascinating. Paper, pencils, paper clips, not much else. Nothing useful. Wastebaskets often provide leads. Not this one, however. I hope this is just a space heater. Nifty little air vent. That's the way back downstairs. Dolores Lightbody?
Yes, indeedy.
My name's Tex Murphy. I'm a private investigator. I'm looking into the death of Carl Linsky.
Oh, well, do come in.
Thank you.
You are very, very welcome. Well, this is certainly exciting. A real live PI. I love detective novels, you know.
Is that right?
I guess I've always had a certain fascination with private dicks.
I can imagine, although I'm trying not to.
Tell me what I can do for you. Anything at all.
Well, as I'm sure you must know, Dolores, I'm gonna need to ask you a few questions.
What if I refuse to cooperate? Will you interrogate me under a bare bulb?
Well, maybe later, if you played your cards right. Right now, we need to get back to Carl.
Well, all right. Where to begin? Where to begin? It was about 3 months, 11 days ago on a foggy night when Carl and I first met. Naturally, it was love at first sight.
How could it not be?
Oh. Actually, Carl came to have me draw up his will. That's what I do for a living.
Well, be a sweetie and tell me who's mentioned in the will.
Just for you. The primary beneficiary was that trollop, Sylvia. You know, just between us, I believe Sylvia may have driven Carl to his death.
You think Sylvia's capable of it?
Surely you don't mean murder.
Let's just say the police didn't find any trace of banana peel up there on that bridge. Now, I've got a few more questions for you, if you don't mind.
Oh, well, I'd do anything to help. I think you know that. It's too soon, Tex. Allow me to grieve first, and then we'll see what grows between us. Carl's wife left soon after Sylvia was born. Oh, Carl did the best that he could, but he never felt that he'd done a very good job raising Sylvia, and she never appreciated her father. She left home when she was very young and went into some unsavory kind of work, escorting or something like that. Carl's heart was nearly broken. They hadn't been close in years. I loved Carl desperately. We were very happy together. I can't for the life of me imagine why he did what he did. I'm afraid Carl's estate consisted of his home and his speeder and not much more. I'm afraid Carl wasn't very good with money. He stipulated in his will that everything be divided between his daughter Sylvia and the North Hill Clinic. Of course, the real money that trollop Sylvia will get will be from his life insurance policy. That was Carl's way of making amends to Sylvia. And I'm sure it's the only reason Sylvia has you investigating her father's death. Carl worked there for years. It's a very exclusive medical facility, you know. I've been in touch with the director, Arnold Sternwood. He's an extremely attractive man, but also very busy. If you'd like to see him, I can try to arrange an appointment with him. I'll call you and let you know. Then you'll have to owe me a favor. I'm unfamiliar with that name. I don't play very well myself, but Carl did. He said that life itself is a chess match. Me? Oh, I'm still in shock, as you must imagine. It'll be weeks, maybe months, before I'm able to love again. This note is clearly a forgery. I will not dignify it with a response. Carl received regular packages from them. Vitamin supplements, I suppose. Carl was very health conscious. He often said he wanted to live forever. Carl loved to play games. Many a romantic evening we'd while away the hours playing dominoes or backgammon. Carl also loved to play chess. I can't really help you there.
So that was my introduction to Dolores Lightbody.
Oh, the way she talked about Carl, it sounds like she was living in denial.
Actually, it was Sausalito. But she did have a way of looking at things through steamed-up glasses. And she also had some valid concerns about my client, which I brought up with Sylvia later that day.
Here are the things from the police. There wasn't much. His wallet, a set of keys, 2 go to the house, 1 to the speeder. The other 2, I don't know what they go to. They also gave me a copy of the suicide note.
I'll check them out. I've got a few things I need to run by you. I went out and I talked with Dolores Lightbody today. Apparently you two aren't exactly soul sisters.
She is hideous. I don't know what kind of black magic she used on my father, but I can't think of any other explanation.
Dolores told me about the will. Apparently you're the beneficiary.
Why are you treating me like I'm a suspect? For your information, if I sold the house and the speeder and added it to the cash, I might be able to pay off my father's debt. I'm not going to benefit from this will.
Except, of course, the $1 million life insurance policy.
I'm not going to get a cent of that. I'm surprised you're even asking me about that. You know, life insurance policies don't pay off in cases of suicide.
And that's why you retain my services.
Well, you can think that if you want. But I don't have to stick around here and be insulted by the hired help.
Ouch.
Yeah, I violated PI Rule 17. Never upset a client. She was right. I was the hired help, so I went back to work. The manila envelope Sylvia had given me turned out to have some pretty useful items in it. The pain is unbearable. If Linsky really wrote this, I'd like to find out exactly what he's referring to. Well, what do we have here? Appears to be a rental agreement. From the looks of this, Linsky had a secret special place that he didn't want anyone to know about. And there's not much in this credenza. Junk mail and an old computer manual. Linsky's secret workshop was out by the spaceport in an old warehouse. The key from the manila envelope fit the lock and I stepped inside.
Was anyone there?
No, and I doubt anyone had been there since Linsky. The place didn't appear to have been searched, judging by all the interesting things I found. Judging by the lack of dust on the box, I'd say it was opened fairly recently. It's like a package of electrical doohickeys. The circuit conductor kit could come in handy if I ever need to repair a circuit grid. Hey, there's a first time for everything. A mattress. A filthy, stinking mattress. I'm fairly certain these barrels should stay nice and closed. This door is the only way in and out of the warehouse. There's no key in the ignition. Even if there was, who cares? I have a speeder. Pallets. Near as I can tell, there's nothing in here but generic data related to neurology. Not anything that'll give me a lead. Now, I'm no brain surgeon, but if I were, all these books might make sense. Linsky was obviously doing some heavy-duty research in this place. This cot is clearly inferior to the one I have. Must be hell to sleep on. And no wonder Linsky killed himself. This blanket's a pretty color. The pillow smells slightly of fruit cream. Bottle of pills. Linsky must have had trouble sleeping. These prescription pills would knock out an elephant. I'll bet this computer is important, but it's got a security protect feature. I'll need to attach a passcard reader and use a security card with it before it'll operate. Now, this crate feels totally empty. Appears to be an inbox, but curiously, I don't see an outbox. And the letter looks like it could be interesting. Well, this letter was written almost a year ago, and I'm guessing Linsky wasn't too happy to get it. If I can track down this Wanda Peck, maybe she can explain the context of the letter. Top quality drafting table. Pretty basic lamp. I think I'd like to get into these drawers. Newspaper clipping. Direct deposit slips. I personally haven't seen any of these for quite a while. I need to find out who was paying Linsky's tab. Nothing in here. I need to get a water cooler like this for my office. Maybe someday. Corkboard covered with drivel. A curious place to hide a note. Linsky didn't strike me as the sort of guy who'd use random profanity, no matter how mild. This may be a message or a code. A good sturdy file cabinet. A handwritten fax. Methinks I smell a lead. Well, this fax raises a few questions. First, who's SF? Second, was he working for Linsky? And third, what was he doing? Sounds like he just might have been canceling some people's subscriptions to Life. printout with a few notes added in Linsky's handwriting. I'm willing to bet this project of Linsky's figures prominently into the case, not to mention whoever this Overlord character is. First aid kit. Elade. Nothing makes a boo-boo feel better. These cut-up pieces resemble a rectangular security card, but it looks like a piece is missing. I'm assuming Linsky did that on purpose. Great. Nothing special. I wonder where this step ladder leads to. Just a bunch of packing boxes. Either Linsky lost track of time in a big way, or this was just his favorite month. The word safe is a misnomer whenever I'm on a job. A light is flashing by the 4, the 9, and the 8. These 3 numbers are probably useful. Several items are inside the safe. I wonder if this could be Linsky's life insurance policy. I've seen this kind of thing before. It's a computer gizmo. Well, this is a life insurance policy taken out by Carl Linsky. And the sole beneficiary is Sylvia Linsky. This is a passcard reader. You attach it to a computer, then use a passcard on it.
It sounds like you didn't find too many answers in Linsky's warehouse.
No, just more questions. As I headed home for the night, one theory after another pounded in my head. If Linsky killed himself, what was the reason? Because he was in debt? His apparent health problem, whatever that was? Something to do with Sylvia? Or if Linsky was murdered, who was behind it? Dolores, because she knew Linsky was going to dump her? Sylvia, to get the insurance money? Or was it someone else with a motive I hadn't even discovered yet? Sounds like I've got a message on the vid phone.
Hi, Tex. I need to talk to you as soon as possible. Could you come over to my father's house whenever you get this message? No matter how late it is. I'll be waiting for you.
Ah, the mating call of the blonde bird of prey. Well, I guess it goes without saying you ran right over there.
If I'd known how dangerous the situation was, I would have stopped to buy a gun. Turned out Sylvia had been talking to Mr. Absolute all evening.
Oh, look who it is. Oh, look who it is. Tex Murphy, handsome PI on a case from hell. I bet you've solved this damn mystery by now, haven't you?
Oh, it'll take a few minutes.
And here I am, Sylvia Linsky, the bereaved client whose daddy took a dive into the San Francisco Bay. It sounds interesting, doesn't it?
Sounds like you've had too much to
Oh,
drink.
don't tell me I've had too much to drink. I have plenty to drink about, more than you know.
That's just a grief time.
What do you know about grief? Huh? Is your daddy dead? Did your mama walk out on you before you could even pronounce your own name? Huh? I didn't think so. You know what it's like to be absolutely alone? That's what I am now, alone. I don't have anybody now.
Sylvia, I'm really sorry.
Don't pity me. I don't need you. I don't need anybody. Go away.
What you don't need is any more of this. What you do need is some Betty Pie.
Mr. Murphy, I'm surprised at you taking advantage of a woman who's had too much to drink.
Not tonight, Sylvia. I require my victims to be at least sober enough to sign a waiver. You passed that point a long time ago.
Don't you like me, Tex?
I like you. That's why I put you to bed. Now I'm gonna leave.
You're no fun. Not one bit.
Good night, Sylvia.
Good night. I like you too, Tex.
You're not gonna like anything in the morning.
You know, when we first met, it wasn't all that different from your night with Sylvia. But of course, you were the one that was sloppy drunk.
What? You talking about the Bastille Day celebration at the Bruin Stew? I wasn't that drunk.
Oh no, we met before Louis' party. Don't you remember? Come on, sweetie.
Oh, I do remember something, but I thought that was a dream. It's all kind of fuzzy.
Okay, buddy. Come on. Time to go
Louie.
home. No.
Louie, one more.
Hey, hey, let's get going, bud. Come on. It's morning. You've got places to go. I've got... Oh, come on, guy. Get out of here. Look at what you've done to my stand.
I can get those.
No, I don't need your
Let me
help.
help you with that because
Get your hands off me, you pervert! Yeah, I guess that wasn't a very promising start.
Now I know why I don't remember. You punched me. I mean, my jaw hurt for a week and I never did figure out why. Well, it was kind of a down period in my life.
Well, things have gotten better. Haven't they?
Yeah.
Oh, but I'm dying to find out how you went from the starch-pressed young PI to a puddle of drool. Let's hear some more about your story.
Well, you're making it sound so glamorous.
What did you do after you left Sylvia?
Well, the next morning, Dolores Lightbody contacted me. She had got an appointment with Arnold Sternwood out at the North Hill Clinic. And I went out to see him.
Mr. Murphy, this won't take long, will it? I have an extremely full docket.
Oh, well, don't worry. I gotta make it quick because I'm double parked out in front of the emergency room.
So, what can I do for you?
Well, I've always been fascinated by any kind of medical facility. Could you tell me about North Hill?
We offer every type of quality health care and are rated among the 10 best hospitals in the world.
Wow. So working here is not only fun, it's prestigious too. If that were so, why would Carl Linsky leave?
He signed a deal to write a book. His daughter would probably have more details, especially if there was any money involved. Confidentially, I'd try to determine whether Carl's daughter had something to do with his suicide. Whatever you do, don't let her get her hooks into you.
Oh, we're not going to get anywhere if you insist on being so subtle. Are you saying I should keep one eye on my client?
A word of caution. I would keep both eyes on and both hands off Miss Linsky. Now, I don't mean to be unaccommodating, Mr. Murphy, but I really do have urgent matters to attend to.
Look, sorry, can I just have a couple of minutes?
I don't want to seem rude, but I really do have many pressing engagements. Let's stick to business, shall we? That young woman is trouble. I won't burden you with details. Suffice it to say that she has a way with older men and knows how to get what she wants. Carl gave me no indication of being suicidal. Of course, I hadn't seen him in over 2 months. That company supplies us with many technologically advanced medications, including what you might call anti-aging drugs. They're very much on the cutting edge in their field. I can't give you any details regarding that. I believe she was Carl's fiancée, as well as the executor of his will. I didn't know her prior to Carl's death. I've been known to play chess on occasion, in those rare moments when I have time for leisure. Warner worked for us as an intern. He was fired as a result of his unprofessional behavior. I have no idea where he is now. Until Ms. Lightbody contacted me, I was unaware that Carl had made North Hill a beneficiary in his will. I consider it an honor to work here in light of the clinic's well-deserved reputation. I've never heard of it. I assure you, Mr. Murphy, I had no part in the death of Carl Linsky. Miss Peck works for Capricorn. While I respect her professionalism and the ideas of the organization for which she works, I don't look back on our brief association with any fondness. I don't know who that is. I've never heard of it. I can't give you any details regarding that. I've never heard of it. About a year ago, Capricorn came to us, to Carl Linsky specifically, with allegations of unethical research practices. The charges were completely without merit. But Carl decided to take a voluntary leave of absence, and Capricorn decided to not pursue the investigation. Carl worked here for 26 years. Over the past few years, his age forced him to give up surgery in favor of research. We were friends, though not extremely close. I was sorry to learn of his premature death.
What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Carl Linsky has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Capricorn has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Carl Linsky's life insurance has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Overlord has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on SF has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Rona Morgan has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Arnold Sternwood has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Carl Linsky's life insurance has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on North Hill Clinic has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Carl Linsky's will has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on chess has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Dolores Lightbody has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Dear Jane Note has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on DeLeon Health Services has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Sylvia Linsky has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? Thank you for using the American Information Database. Goodbye.
Do you have any facts?
I dealt with Capricorn in one of my later cases, but this was the first time in the Capricorn building. I mean, the exterior was impressive, but what I saw inside was dynamite.
Some woman, I'd guess. Well, from your choice of metaphors, I don't think I'm going to like this part of the story very much.
Want to pack? How may I help you, Mr. Murphy?
Well, for starters, why don't you and I get married?
I'm sorry, but I'm married to my work. I'll take your proposal as a compliment.
I'll pick up a job application on my way out.
Sorry, I'm just not hiring.
Could I at least take you out? I know this nice little bowling alley serves the best cheese fries in town.
Why don't you just tell me the reason for your visit?
I'm looking into the suicide of a man who you investigated at the North Hill Clinic.
I read about Linsky's death. I was sad about it. But why do you want to talk to me? Take a seat.
I wanted to find out whether his run-in with Capricorn had anything to do with his death.
I get the feeling you're not convinced that Linsky's death was a suicide. If that's the case, I'd be glad to help you in your investigation. I would prefer to keep our relationship strictly professional if you don't mind, but perhaps we can help each other out. About a year ago, we were told that Mr. Linsky was conducting unethical practices on comatose and terminally ill patients at North Hill Clinic. I looked into the matter but was unable to prove anything. Mr. Linsky voluntarily took a leave of absence, saying he had other projects to pursue, so we decided to drop the investigation. Capricorn's primary mission is to identify, then infiltrate organizations suspected of practicing extreme discrimination. These include everything from UFO cults to hate groups to unethical research scientists. I don't have any information on that. I keep hearing the word overlord, especially linked to the Law and Order Party. I don't know if it's a person, place, or thing, but it seems to represent a lot of power. We're putting a lot of our resources into investigating law and order. Their legal people make sure they don't cross the line publicly, but their ideology is pretty frightening to anyone with any intelligence or belief in human rights. I haven't the faintest idea what that is. Never heard that name before. As the director of the clinic, he was understandably eager to avoid any scandal and was very helpful throughout our investigation of Carl Linsky. Can't help you there. As you probably know, the clinic has an outstanding reputation. We were surprised when the allegations against Carl Linsky came up. I don't have any information on that. I play occasionally, but I like my sports a little more physical. Never heard that name before? Can't help you there. I don't have any information on that. Never heard that name before?
I knew you'd be back. I just never dreamed it would be so soon.
Well, I just came by to see how much longer you're going to be in mourning, if you know what I mean.
You rapscallion. You're just going to have to bide your time a little longer. But it will be worth the wait. Well, they're a bit too right-wing for me, but I do agree with many of their policies. Oh, and they have the most handsome and attractive gubernatorial candidate. That's some sort of spy organization. Carl didn't think too fondly of it for some reason. That was Carl's way of making amends to Sylvia. And I'm sure it's the only reason Sylvia has you investigating her father's death. Oh, I wish I could be of more help. I seem to remember Carl mentioning somebody with those initials. It was Sonny. Sonny something or other. Sonny Fletcher. Yes, I'm certain that it was Sonny Fletcher. I don't know who that is. I think he was a PI. like you. Although I doubt he was as handsome. I don't know what he was doing for Carl.
What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Sonny Fletcher has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Law and Order Party has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? Thank you for using the American Information Database. Goodbye.
Do you have any facts?
Sylvia Linsky came by to pick up her father's personal effects. Must be nice having a job for a change.
And she's just the only one you know about. And unlike you, I have the luxury of choosing which clients I want to take.
Yeah, you only take the cases where the client agrees to pay you.
Yeah. You're kidding about that. You know, Lieutenant, I mean, we could sit here all day and trade friendly insults, and that might be pretty fun. But you know what I need right now? I need the help of an intelligent, knowledgeable, not to mention gorgeous policewoman right now.
You're not as charming as you think, Murphy. What do you want? I haven't got any information on that. Never heard of it. I don't know the name. I don't play, if that's what you're asking. I don't have a lot of time to waste, Murphy. I've heard of it, but I don't have any privileged information about it. I haven't got any information on that. She was some sort of research scientist. Her family had us investigate her death, but we didn't find any evidence to indicate that it was anything but accidental poisoning. Never heard of it. I haven't got any information on that. I've heard of it, but I don't have any privileged information about it. I don't meddle in politics, but I like most of what I've heard from the Law and Order Party. It's about time government did something to clean up the streets and get rid of all the illegals. Older guy. He's a PI like you, or used to be. He has a little problem with the bottle. Okay, look. Fletcher's had a few DUIs. He's a friend of the Colonel's, and as a favor, we didn't make him do any time. If you can keep that to yourself, I'll call Fletcher's parole officer and let you know where you can find Sonny.
The address Detective Clements got from Sonny Fletcher's parole officer turned out to be a filthy, vermin-infested motel. It was a dump, and it smelled like a porta potty at a chili cook-off.
Ugh, okay, I get the point.
Sorry. I just couldn't imagine why Carl Linsky would hire a detective who lived in a place like that.
What do you want?
Yeah, I've got some great news. Your parole officer says the cops are almost positive that you didn't kill Carl Linsky.
What makes you think I know Carl Linsky?
Listen, Sonny, if you'll answer a few quick questions for me, I'll make it worth your while. What would you say to a nice big plate of Rice Krispie treats?
So, you're PI.
Well, that's what I tell all the chicks. My name's Murphy.
All right. Come in, Murphy. I'll talk to you. Mi casa es tu casa.
Thanks.
Close the door.
Nice place.
Yeah. My travel agent got it for me.
I'd get a new travel agent. Is this your permanent residence?
It just might be. Why?
That's just... It's like you're hiding out from bill collectors or something.
I guess you could say that. Come on! What do you want from me, huh?
I understand Carl Linsky had hired you. At least, before he died.
I had nothing to do with Carl Linsky buying the farm. Bible truth.
The Bible says the truth will set you free.
Oh.
What were you working on with Linsky?
Okay, I guess I can tell you now. It doesn't matter. He wanted me to find some people for him.
Why?
I don't know. Man gives me a list of names and I go to work, okay?
If you don't mind me saying, why would Linsky hire you? You don't look like you're in much condition to be working.
That's low. I haven't had a drink in almost 2 years! Until last week!
I guess you're pretty thirsty by then.
You're funny, man! You're so funny.
Jeez. What are you working on with Linsky?
Look, I just tracked down 2 people, all right? There was a Val Davis and a Rona Morgan. Didn't take me any time. I found out where they were. They were in the ground and they hadn't been there too long.
Is that when you dropped the case?
Yeah, around there. Look, I prefer not to talk about this anymore, okay?
Okay.
Gracias.
If you could just give me some more information about the names on the list.
I can't remember.
Come on, don't hold out on me. You want a bribe or something? You know that's illegal.
I can't remember. Bible's truth.
Okay, I'm gonna give it to you straight. I'm working on Linsky's suicide, and I just need some information, a clue or a lead, something to keep the thing going.
Wait a minute. All right. Tell me to hang on to it, a bee's up, in case anything happened to it.
Just a bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Just a warning. You better get off this case right now. Judgment Day is looking for me, and it could look for you, too. You better get out, amigo.
I'll keep your warning in mind.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Maybe we'll see each other around.
Yeah, maybe. Hey.
I'll shut the door. What's this? 2 pieces for the price of 1. I'm pretty sure I know where this piece goes. Pass card E. Well, if they use the same alphabet I do, that means there are at least 5 of these cards floating around. Maybe more. Linsky didn't strike me as the sort of guy who'd use random profanity, no matter how mild. This may be a message or a code. Pass card reader's hooked up. Now I'll need to scan the pass card. The Fresno address was in the heart of the hot zone, in what might have been a strip mall, at least before the bombs fell. It seemed pretty obvious the place was a front, a red herring meant to throw off any passing bloodhounds. But I'd made the trip, so I decided to check it out. Looks like there were a few packing boxes left over from the move. I guess this chair didn't make the cut. That appears to be the only exit. Electric bill. I wonder how old this thing is. Looks like mail's still being delivered to this address. Someone left their day planner behind. I like seeing what exciting things other people get to do. There are 3 different appointments. Dinner on Monday in San Francisco at 6 p.m. Lunch on Tuesday in Paris at 2 p.m. Breakfast in Sydney on Thursday at 9 a.m. I hope this person can keep track of time zones. And what's this note about 3 sets of 3? Must be important. It's a map of the world with 3 different time zones highlighted. A handsome display of commemorative plates. Interesting. Looks like the plates can be rotated. That's a nice rendering of the Golden Gate Bridge. The Eiffel Tower certainly looks impressive. That's that opera house in Australia. Now, why would they leave a perfectly good bookcase behind? A safe. And it appears to be connected somehow to the commemorative plate display. A conduit. The display doesn't appear to have a light on it. I wonder how it would use electricity. Photograph. A photo of Carl Linsky is about the last thing I'd expect to find in a safe in an abandoned office in the middle of a hot zone. Something tells me I need to find out who the other guy in the photo is.
Tex, let me apologize for last night. The things I said were 10% depression and 90% alcohol. Hopefully there's something I can do to make it up to you. If there's anything else you need, just ask. I don't know what that is. If my father was planning on dumping Dolores, it wouldn't be a surprise. I never understood what he saw in her in the first place. She's a hideous woman. If she weren't handling my father's will, I would have nothing to do with her. My father loved chess. He used to say I'd be a good player, but I've never been interested in it. As I said, my father's will is more trouble than it's worth. That's where my father worked. He was highly respected in his profession. I'll admit, I could use the insurance money, but I doubt I'll ever get it. I've never heard of her. Doesn't sound familiar. So, you found the policy. Well, not that it's going to do me any good, but who knows? Maybe things will work out. My father had some kind of run-in with them a while ago, but he didn't give me any details. I'm not really interested in politics, but I can tell you my father didn't care much for the Law and Order Party. I've never heard of her. Doesn't sound familiar. This photo wasn't taken too long ago. That's John Klaus with my father. John Klaus was an old friend of my father's. The last time I saw him, I was quite a bit younger.
When I returned to Sonny's motel room, he wasn't there, but he'd left a letter for me taped to the door. That's the way back to my speeder. This well's drier than Grandma's meatloaf and a little too deep for comfort. I'd better not jump down there, or I may be here a lot longer than planned. This door doesn't open. I'll have to find another way in. I guess this is the way in, but in where? interior decorating, Anasazi style. I have no idea what this is, but it's probably important. Maybe something around here can tell me about it. Well, there's no apparent way to open this door. Maybe it's connected somehow to that weird thing on the other wall. Not what you'd call lush vegetation. An old guidebook. Maybe this will help me find my way around here. Looks like a brick with an Anasazi figure drawn on it. Ceremonial chamber, one of the earliest forms of nightclubs known to man. Whoa, that snake doesn't look very friendly. And it doesn't look like it's gonna move away from that brick anytime soon. Maybe I can bait it into moving. Wooden box. Well, this looks suspiciously like a primitive fishing pole. Yet another mystery of the Anasazi. There's a bucket down there with a brick in it. If I can find something to hook onto the bucket handle with, I could take a closer look at the brick. A length of rope made of woven fibers. Three interlocking cogwheels are fixed to the walls. Mysterious. Well, I'm no expert on Anasazi culture, but it looks to me like I'll have to line up the red dots on the cogs with the corresponding red marks on the wall. Nothing puts a smile on my face like a little pot. The holes in the wall were the same size as the bricks I'd found with the Anasazi drawings on them. It seemed likely that I'd have to insert the bricks into the correct openings. Then I assumed something really cool would happen. Something big just moved around here. Rare Anasazi light fixtures. Leather strips. This must have been the local jerky hut. There are more structures over there. Looks as though a natural bridge spanned this at one time, but it's long gone. I guess I need to find another way across, but how? Couple of long, sturdy poles. Looks like a pile of good-sized sticks. I hope this thing can hold my weight. I'm wishing I hadn't stopped for that macho burrito grande back in Tucson. Well, I'm no expert, but I don't think metal doors are typical of early Native American cultures. I know the government built dozens of secret military installations around the turn of the century and then abandoned them after World War III. Maybe this is one of them. I wonder what made these markings from the metal door to the wall. Maybe if I can get past that metal door, I can at least figure out the origin of the trail. That must be another way out of here. Now, whatever's behind this panel must control the door. One thin dime. What I could use right now is a lucky penny, but this'll just have to do. Looks like someone was messing around with this. One of the wire connections is broken. I'll need to find something to repair it with, and be careful not to short the whole thing out. These poles seem to be doing a good job. That's where I made my spectacular entrance. A pocket watch. It doesn't appear to have been wound recently. Maybe I need to insulate the wires before the door will open. These glasses don't seem to have been here very long. I wonder if they could be Bosworth Clark's. Something tells me this is a bad omen. As I entered Clark's lab, something caught my eye.
What was it?
It was blood, and it was all over the floor. Probably walked into the middle of a murder scene, and the question was, where was Bosworth Clark? If this is Bosworth Clark's blood, I doubt I'll find him, alive at any rate. But maybe I can at least find out what happened to him. Plenty of chairs. I wonder if Clark was working alone. Something tells me if these display monitors were on, I might find out what Bosworth Clark was working on. Now these appear to be power switches. Never figure out how to get this thing working. I've had a hard enough time operating anything more high-tech than a coffee maker. This chair seems out of place. It appears to be a smoke alarm. Well, this smoke alarm wasn't designed to detect smoke. With any luck, the little camera inside detected something even more interesting. Whoever scattered these papers obviously took anything of importance. I can't tell if this is a map or a long-range camera display. Clark must really have a thing for satellites. I've always enjoyed working with models, but I prefer the kind with two legs. Nothing unusual about the table. computer looks like it should work, but it's got a weird keypad on it. Looks like I have to press these buttons in a certain sequence to open the storage cabinet. Each button has a unique tone. Maybe there's a reference to the sequence somewhere in here. Someone must have gone through this place. Luckily, there wasn't much to mess up. Nothing unusual about the table. Now this must be the smoking section. Calendar doesn't tell me too much. Clark's taste in posters is banal at best. Certainly appears to be a lamp. This cabinet's one of the only places to store things in here. Used to be a pass card reader. Probably need to use it to get computer access. I thought my having a cot would be unique, but apparently not. Video disc player. This must have been Clark's only entertainment out here in the middle of nowhere.
Bosworth?
Oh, yes, yes.
Bosworth Clark?
Yes. What is this?
We're going to play a little game. One in 6 chances. Lucky boy. One more time.
No, don't.
So this is what Clark stashed away. Another STG pass card. Pass card G. Bosworth Clark obviously didn't want to lose this. Pass card reader's hooked up. Now I'll need to scan the pass card. I bet I can find the password somewhere in here. Piece of paper with a single word written on it and held to the side of the console with a magnet. Question is, Is this the unpronounceable name of some Anasazi god, or something even less obvious? I bet I can find the password somewhere in here. That's the way back out.
So, how is your investigation progressing?
Pretty good. And I'd like to ask you some more questions, but can I just stare at you for a few minutes? That's good.
You flatter me, but I'd be more comfortable if we kept this professional. What have you found out? Can't help you there. Haven't heard of him. Klaus is a scary man. He has a lot of pull in the law and order party. I think he'd run for office if he could, but he doesn't have the image for it. Instead, he sits behind the curtain and pulls the strings. Karl Linsky and John Klaus together. This is extremely interesting. Do you mind if I have this photo examined? I'd like to find out exactly when and where it was taken. I'll let you know if I find anything out, okay?
What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on John Klaus has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Bosworth Clark has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Val Davis has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? Thank you for using the American Information Database. Goodbye.
Do you have any facts?
I thought I'd stop by and see whether you'd finished your examination of that photograph of Linsky.
We did, but we only found one thing of any interest. Both Klaus and Linsky were wearing ID badges with the STG logo on them. Does that mean anything to you?
No, not yet. You got a couple of minutes. I'd like to ask you a few more questions.
Sure. I've heard only one reference to STG. It was in a letter sent to me anonymously about a month ago. The letter was sent by someone calling him or herself the Poisoned Pawn. I would have figured it was written by some psychopath, but there was enough verifiable information to make me take it seriously. The letter said that there was a project called STG, which was in the process of being swallowed up by Law and Order. The letter advised us to check out John Klaus, STG, and Law and Order's connection to it. I have no idea who it is. We examined the letter for clues to the author's identity, but came up dry. He or she did say that we could contact them through someone named Jorge Valdez. There are a handful of Jorge Valdezes in the area, and I'm sure there are some that aren't listed. I've checked out the ones I could find, but none of them appeared to be the one I was looking for.
What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Jorge Valdez has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Poisoned Pawn has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Wanda Peck's letter has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on John Klaus has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on STG Corporation has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? Thank you for using the American Information Database. Goodbye.
Do you have any facts?
So, how is your investigation progressing?
Fine. You know, when I was here before, I forgot to mention that I cook, I clean, and I'm a love machine.
You flatter me, but I'd be more comfortable if we kept this professional. What have you found out? Gideon Enterprises had a little shake-up recently. The chairman of the board, Frank Schimming, pulled a coup on J. St. Gideon, who's now practically out of a job. It was all legal, but underhanded. Gideon helped us design some of our most valuable and top-secret surveillance equipment. We even invited him to join our organization, but he said that he was too old for the cloak and dagger business. Rumors have circulated that Schimming is connected to the Law and Order Party. If that's the case, we're gonna have a hard time doing anything to stop them. Gideon Enterprises has more money and power than it knows what to do with. They would make an imposing enemy.
Do you have any facts?
Yes?
Mr. Shimming, my name's Murphy. I'd like to ask you a few questions about STG.
Is this an official investigation?
Well, I guess you could call it that. I mean, officially, I'm a PI. I have a diploma in everything.
Well, I always thought PI stood for pathetic individual. Goodbye, Mr. Murphy. I thought you might have picked up on the fact that I didn't want to talk to you, Mr. Murphy.
Oh, I did. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Wanda Peck gave me this number.
So, you're with Capricorn. I thought you people had gotten tired of pestering me.
We never get tired of pestering. That's our motto.
What is it you want this time? I have no opinion of you whatsoever, Mr. I don't know who that is. Totally unfamiliar. Chess was and is a common motif in Gideon Enterprises, owing to Mr. Gideon's avid interest in the game. I have no interest in it myself. North Hill Clinic's security system was installed by our corporation. That is the extent of my dealings with the clinic. Ms. Morgan was a top engineering consultant for Gideon Enterprises for many years. She left and started her own company several years ago and was doing quite well last time I heard. I have nothing of any importance to say about that. I respect the work Capricorn does, which is the only reason I'm talking to you now. To my knowledge, Gideon Enterprises has done nothing to warrant a Capricorn investigation. My political beliefs are my own, and I make a point of not allowing them to interfere at any time with my business dealings. Now, this questioning is getting tiresome. Get to the point if you have one. I don't know who that is. Now, this questioning is getting tiresome. Get to the point if you have one. We have many small subsidiary companies. If I remember correctly, STG was research-based and probably more of a write-off than anything. I know it is no longer in existence and was unimportant, to say the least. I know John Klaus, but only socially. I'll have to take your word that the other man is Carl Linsky. I've never seen him before in my life. I haven't heard of it. Totally unfamiliar. I don't know who that is. We are the world's foremost innovator and implementer of security surveillance systems. We are also the parent company for dozens of smaller firms, ranging from computer chip makers to research facilities. Professionally, I strive to do what the board of directors pays me to do, run this corporation as effectively and profitably as possible. My personal life is none of your business. No one by the name of Carl Linsky has ever been on Gideon Enterprises' pay. Mr. Gideon founded this corporation and brought it to prominence. And he did this despite mediocre business skills, which have diminished along with his general mental state over the past several years. He became obsessed with pet projects and was leading the company in a counterproductive direction. And for that reason, the board of directors saw fit to limit his authority in business matters.
So what does Mr. Gideon think about all of this?
Why don't you ask him yourself? I'm sure he'd appreciate a visit from someone other than nurses and wheelchair repairmen. I'll let you know where to find him.
You actually met J. St. Gideon? In person?
Yeah. Want my autograph?
Well, what was he like? What about the mansion? Oh, I heard it was spectacular.
A little garish for my taste, but nice. Now, the mansion, on the other hand...
Very funny.
Little flat you've got here.
You must find it ostentatious. I bet I do as well. It's certainly too much home for only one person.
You don't live here alone, do you?
I'm afraid so. My fortune has provided me with a fully automated, self-sufficient existence. I suppose my disability has given me an aversion to reliance on others. I want for nothing. Except perhaps human companionship. And that only after my somewhat forced semi-retirement.
Well, don't you worry about your safety. I mean, given your condition.
Gideon Enterprises defines state-of-the-art with regard to security systems. I'm surrounded, perhaps imprisoned, by the very finest electronic moat. No, I don't worry about my safety, though I thank you for your concern. Now, to what do I owe this welcome visit?
I'm investigating the death of Carl Linsky. He was an employee in your corporation.
Oh, no, Gideon Enterprises is no longer mine, I'm afraid. I'm sure that Frank Shimming would be a better source of information than I.
I already talked with Frank Shimming. He was about as helpful as a DMV employee in the middle of his 2-week notice.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. I won't mince words. I don't like Shimming. My complete trust in him was repaid with his exploiting my lack of management acumen, then usurping my position as head of Gideon.
But you're still president of the corporation.
Oh, yes. I have no more real authority to run my company than the King of England has to run his country. I'm merely a figurehead, nothing more.
Why don't you just sack him, as the English say?
Even if I could, what would be the point, huh? My time is past. I'm as outdated as this antique. Such is the cutthroat nature of business. Though I dare say the world itself has become nothing more than a business run by a select few.
I'm not sure I agree, Mr. Gideon. I think there are a lot of people out there who want to make the world a better place.
Oh? And you, my fine friend, how do you intend to make the world a better place?
I don't know. Keep an open mind, respect others, buy Girl Scout cookies.
You think this will make a difference?
I think if enough people care, it just might catch on.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I used to think like you at one time. But idealism costs nothing, and I lived on it for many years. But its taste is bittersweet. It's in large part the reason why I can no longer walk. You'd like to hear what happened, wouldn't you?
I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable.
Oh, I've been in this damn cage for more years than I care to remember. I've had to grow accustomed to it. It was 2013. I was in Geneva to attend a covert meeting of UN operatives. There were 14 of us, and at least one was a traitor, armed with an explosive device. I was the only survivor.
Did you ever find out who it was?
No. It could have been any one of a score of countries or organizations. Well, I don't suppose it matters anymore. It was the beginning of the end. There are no heroes anymore, only villains of varying degrees.
What about Capricorn? You support what they do, don't you?
Oh, Capricorn does what they do, but they're merely fighting the good fight. Oh, greed and corruption have the upper hand. When I was younger, I sincerely believed we could achieve a semblance of global order and harmony. That was only the foolish dream of a youthful idealist. Once I was crippled, I was no longer of use. No, I was turned loose into the world. A cruel and deadly steeplechase where survival was a matter of social Darwinism. I was lost. I believed that my handicap had denied me my destiny. Years and years passed before I realized that I still had much to offer. With little more than a plan, I laid the foundations of Gideon Enterprises. Among the mutant population, I found other social misfits whose skills and talents had been overshadowed by their physical abnormalities. Oh, those were difficult times. We were openly ridiculed. Finding investors and financing was an often humiliating series of rejections. How could someone like myself, a cripple, ever hope to accomplish such a venture? But eventually, we did succeed. Becoming the wealthiest and most powerful corporation of its type in the world. I had recaptured the idealism of my youth, the belief that through sacrifice, commitment, and hard work, anything was possible. But then it happened again. In the blink of an eye, all those years of investment and careful nurturing were torn from me by thieves and liars masquerading as board members and stockholders. And now, towering over them all is Frank Shimming. His disregard for integrity is matched only by his worship of dividends and profit margins. So nothing has happened. I have come full circle. And once again, I'm unwanted, unneeded, and facing a purposeless existence. So you listen to me. If you insist in striding through life, arms laden with hope, you will only meet with one devastating disappointment after another. Oh, please forgive me, Mr. Murphy. You must be a very busy man. I must apologize for monopolizing your time with my ramblings.
I don't mind.
Oh, it's good of you to indulge me. It's just that I receive so few visitors these days. But we must return to your investigation. Please, Tell me what I can do to assist you. You remind me very much of myself when I was younger. I sincerely hope you'll keep in mind the things I've told you. No, I'm unfamiliar with the name. I owe what quality of life I have to a variety of DHS medications. Without them, I probably would not be having this conversation. Ah, chess is my only diversion. Oh, if you care to play, I'd be glad to teach you a thing or two about the game. Unfortunately, my condition has required numerous treatments. The care I've received at North Hill, however, has been exceptional. Rona Morgan was a beautiful, intelligent woman trapped in a deformed shell. She joined our engineering team early on and soon proved her immense value. She went into business for herself some time ago, with my blessing. I know nothing about that. I sometimes feel Capricorn is the last bastion of sanity in the world. Their efforts are laudable but futile. The Law and Order Party is merely a Machiavellian byproduct of our society's decay. Their goals are not altogether unworthy, but those ends do not justify their means. But unfortunately, they've struck a chord with the public. And with an appealing candidate like Robert Knott, they will surely gain a great deal of power. I wish I could be of more assistance. No, I'm unfamiliar with the name. I don't know who he is. I wish I could be of more assistance. This is Karl Linsky? Well, I only knew him by name, and I don't recognize the other man. I'm afraid I haven't heard of it. I feel like a parent whose child has left the nest. I created Gideon Enterprises, nursed it, and raised it to adulthood. And now it's left me with an empty home and too many hours in the day. I'd rather talk about something more pleasant. Suffice to say that Mr. Shimming will not be receiving a Christmas card from me this year. I don't want you to pity me, Mr. Murphy. I have enough creature comforts to make life worth living. While I don't know him personally, my instincts tell me that Mr. Knott is a man of integrity. But I've been wrong before. I only know, I should say knew, him by reputation. He was an outstanding neurologist in his time. I read about his suicide in the newspapers. In chess terminology, a poisoned pawn is the bait in a trap. Whoever is going by that name probably considers him or herself a sacrificial lamb, so to speak. Mr. Valdez runs a chess shop called the Rank and File in the Old City. We play quite often over the Ethernet. Yes, He's one of the few worthy opponents I've found.
The rank and file was right in the middle of the old city.
Wasn't this back when they still called it Freak Town?
Yeah, the Mutant League was in high gear at the time, and the whole mutant norm thing was just starting to heat up. I got more than a few nasty looks when I showed up at the chess shop. How's the game going?
Welcome to the rank and file. What can I do for you?
Well, Jay St. Gideon got tired of kicking my butt and suggested I come down here for a few pointers on my chess game.
Mr. Gideon can make anyone's chess game look shabby. What seems to be the problem?
Well, my biggest problem is I can't seem to remember how these little horsies move.
Call this a hunch. But you're not here to ask me about chess, are you? What do you want?
Hey, wait a second. You're not the Jorge Valdez, are you?
That's my name, though I'm sure there are one or two others in the world.
My name's Tex Murphy. I'm a private investigator.
Look, I don't want any trouble.
Actually, I'm working for Capricorn. You know, undercover.
Capricorn. I don't know what they'd want with me, but I'll do anything I can to help. You seem like an interesting guy. Makes me wish you were more of a chess player. Haven't heard of her. Life is a chess game, and Law and Order has all the power pieces. Ah, the hospital to the rich and famous. I haven't been fortunate enough to be a patient there. I have no idea who that is. I haven't heard anything about it. Capricorn is about the last organization in the world that considers us mutants to be human beings. I think there's a battle brewing between them and the Law and Order Party. You know what the Law and Order Party is? It's the Fourth Reich. They won't rest until every mutant is deported, imprisoned, or dead. I have no idea who that is. Don't know him. Don't know him. I'm really not familiar with that. I recognize Linsky, of course, but I don't know the other person. Though I think I may have seen him with Frank Shimming years ago. I don't know anything about the letter, or why my name was mentioned in it. Why are you asking about me? I'm just a source of information to someone like you. Back when I was a programmer, I worked there for a couple of years, until Shimming took over. Everything changed for the worse. It was like working under Stalin.
Mr. Gideon's been a friend of the mutants for years, unlike most people in his social strata. He's a great man. It makes me angry as hell to think what Shimming did to him. Not is the pretty facade that disguises the law and order party's war machine. Nice guy. He used to come in here occasionally. I read in the paper that he killed himself. It's too bad. Poisoned pawn is a chess term. It refers to an apparently unprotected pawn, whose capture leads to dire consequences. If I had to guess, I'd say the author of the anonymous letter felt like he was the first link in a dark chain.
Tex Murphy here.
Are you investigating the death of Carl Linsky?
Well, it depends. Who's asking?
A friend. Just a friend.
You're not calling to see whether I need my carpets cleaned, are you?
No.
So what do you need?
The question is, what do you need?
Well, a good home-cooked meal would be nice, but other than that, I need a lead.
A University of San Francisco professor, Val Davis, died in a speeder crash last week.
Well, that's interesting, but it's not much of a lead, is it?
Davis was working on the STG project with Linsky.
Okay. Now you've got my attention.
There are answers to be found in Davis's laboratory on the USF campus, Building C. If you get there within the hour, the doors will be unlocked.
Okay, I'm on my way, but what am I looking for?
The chess move. I'll be watching. When you find it, I'll contact you again.
Ooh, intriguing. So who was the mysterious informant?
I had no idea at the time.
You're not going to tell me, are you?
I'll tell you this. I didn't waste any time getting over to the USF campus and into Val Davis's lab. Sure enough, it was unlocked, and I started looking around. That's the exit. It's another computer that's hooked up to the security pass card network. For some reason, this microscope is hooked up to Val Davis's computer. I'll have to find her pass card and read her before I'll be able to use this microscope. I guess I'm supposed to notice this. Nothing more appetizing than a big barrel full of biological waste products. Looks like one of those things they use to examine X-rays. This must be where the lab animals earn their keep. Surgical tools always give me the creeps. Now this is the kind of test I always did well on. Curious Ralph undergoes chemo. Kids' books just aren't as sweet and innocent as they used to be. How to train your weasel? Weasel training must be dangerous business. Standard lab cabinets. Now, I shudder to think what kind of experiments are done on these poor, helpless, stinky animals. Quite a few empty cages. Of course, I'd imagine this place has a pretty high turnover. When I looked in the cage, I saw an ape and he was holding a small box. It seemed like a good place to hide something, so I figured I needed to get it.
Well, that shouldn't have been too tough, seeing as how your thought processes aren't that far apart on the evolutionary scale.
What do you mean by that?
My point exactly, monkey boy.
Coral, the 80th wonder of the world! Looks like Mr. Monkey's got a little box to play with. Maybe he's guarding it. It'd be worth getting my hands on. This must be an animal control device. Of course, we laymen call it a pole. Hey, monkey, move. Gee, I wonder what's in here. Hey, it's Peppy, Raymond's long-lost brother. Hey, it's Peppy, Raymond's long-lost brother. I guess he must be tired of this toy. Hey, monkey. Monkey, do you know what I have in my pocket, huh? How does that look to you, huh? You know what this is? You do, don't you? You want one, don't you? That's it. That's good, that's good. Hey! No! Monkey, look what I got for you. Huh? Nice, huh? You want a banana, huh? Here you go. That's it, that's it. Go on, monkey. Good. It's good, isn't it? That's it. That's good, that's good. Good, good, good. Good. Oh, is the monkey tired? Oh, look at the poor dumb monkey. buttons must have something to do with the radiation chamber. As soon as I stepped into the radiation chamber, the door sealed behind me, and I immediately heard a somewhat disturbing computer message.
Radiation at level 1.
The doors are sealed tight. The switch isn't working. Good thing there's an emergency override panel in here. Someone had taken a laser blade to the emergency override panel.
So it was a trap. Was it meant for you?
Well, it could have been. Or maybe Val Davis, but then she died before she had a chance to fall into it. Either way, I had to find a way to repair the circuit board before time ran out. Fortunately, I brought along that circuit conductor kit I found in Linsky's warehouse.
Radiation at level 2.
Oh boy, this is bad. Someone slashed the connections. If I don't find a way to connect 2 horizontal terminals and 2 vertical terminals, I'm gonna get microwaved into an early grave. This chair must have special attachments to fit the dogs and cats. This passcard reader looks identical to the one in Carl Linsky's safe. There's to be a passcard reader. Probably need to use it to get computer access. Passcard reader's hooked up. Now I'll need to scan the passcard. A magnification of Val Davis's passcard appeared on screen. QXD7 was written in tiny characters on the card. It had to be the chess move the mysterious informant had told me to find. Looks like an old-fashioned telegram. Would send one of these instead of a fax or an email. Sonny's telegram had mentioned someone named Slade. I had a hunch that it was the name of the man who'd killed Bosworth Clark, but I wouldn't know for certain until I talked to Sonny.
Maria, sé que voy a morir desde el cielo.
Come in.
Me falta tu sonrisa.
Sonny. ¿Qué pasa, hombre?
Hey, adelante.
Compadre. I didn't expect to see you looking so good.
Murphy, I've come face to face with my demon.
Slade. What happened?
In the depths of my despair, I had a vision of redemption. I realized I couldn't pass on without confronting what I feared most in life. Slade. I tracked him to his lodge. I broke in. I'm still a good detective.
So was Slade there?
No. Not at first.
So what happened?
I had to take something from him. Something important. Nothing could replace Maria. I found something, Murphy. I know it's important because it was hidden. Here.
God, you are hurt. I've got to get you to the hospital.
No, there's no need. I've had my last drink, amigo. Maybe not. Maybe there's time for one more.
Uno más.
Salud. No. Pour one for yourself.
I'm not really a drinker.
For old time.
All right. So what happened when Slade got back? Salud, hombre. At least he was able to die in peace.
I didn't know it was going to be such a sad story. Who killed Sonny? Was it Slade?
Must have been. Though I never did find out for sure. After Sonny's last drink, I took a look around his place, hoping to find something that would lead me to the man who'd killed him and Clark. On a scrap of paper by the phone, Sonny had scrawled the name Big Jim Slade and the words Big Surf Lodge, along with an address. This is the pass card Sonny Fletcher stole from Slade.
You didn't go to the Big Surf Lodge alone, did you?
What? You think I was scared? Just because he was some kind of hitman? I eat guys like him as an appetizer.
Okay, so was he there? Did you confront him?
Well, no. Even back then, I wasn't a complete moron. I didn't want to fight him. I just wanted to find out who he was and what he was doing.
So what happened?
Well, I found the place and went around back. Through a window, I could see a briefcase on the bed, which I decided I just had to have. It sounded like he was in the shower, which would give me a good chance to snatch the briefcase, but first I had to figure out how to unlock the back door. The sliding glass door's locked. The deck chairs are a nice touch. crumbs on the sideboard. Wait. There's a key sitting on the counter. Shower's running. I should be free to look around. I just have to be careful to leave things the way I find them and have a hiding place picked out in case Slade makes a surprise appearance. Slade's briefcase is handcuffed to the bed. He obviously isn't taking any chances on losing it. Of course, that just reaffirms how important it is for me to steal it. Now the door to El Baño. Even with Slade in the shower, if I walk in there, it's gonna be curtains. An old-fashioned cordless telephone. Slade must be uncomfortable with vid phones. I don't make a habit of looking through other people's wallets, but I suppose I could make an exception this one time. No license to kill. I guess Slade's gambling includes more than roulette. These must be his lucky numbers. This thing has anagram written all over it. Well, I mean, not literally. This looks like a walk-in closet. I gotta hand it to Slade. He's a snappy dresser with an eye for fabrics. It's a post office key, but there's no number on it. That makes this a real needle in the haystack. There's probably not much in here, but it's worth checking out. That must be the front door. Locked. Unremarkable, but adequate furnishings. Search puzzle. I love word searches, but I'm pretty sure I'll have to work on this one later. I doubt that Slade plans on staying here long enough to make good use of the refrigerator. Wow. I guess our hitman has a big appetite. The cupboards are certainly well stocked. Never kill someone on an empty stomach, I always say. No crumbs on the sideboard. There's probably not much in here, but it's worth checking out. This looks like something vile. Great. If Slade comes out to answer that phone and sees me, I'm dead.
Slade here. Yeah, took her number 6. One of my lucky numbers. Enjoyed that one. No problem. Pick up orders at the same drop point. I'm gonna make something to eat first. There's been a slight problem with that. An old acquaintance of mine decided to make some trouble for me. Don't worry. I know how to find him. It'll just be a slight delay. And this time I won't let him get away. I said, don't worry.
He had already killed 6 people? Who were the others?
Well, that's what I wanted to know. I also wanted to find out about the drop point where he was supposed to pick up his next orders. I decided if I could get there first, I could probably find out a lot about what was going on. The door to El Baño. Unlike some shower curtains, this one isn't transparent and offers plenty of privacy for the modest bather. No one appreciates a good-sized tub more than I do. I've always got to resist the urge to draw on steamed-up mirrors. This jacket must have cost $2,000. I guess business is booming for Mr. Slade. Chloral hydrate. We PIs refer to this stuff as a Mickey Finn. A few drops in a drink and the lights go out. Uh-oh. Sounds like Slade's headed this way. As long as Slade's in the kitchen, I might as well check out the bathroom. As soon as I unlocked the handcuffs, I scooted on out of there. I didn't even look at the briefcase until I was a good safe distance away.
Did you keep the handcuffs?
No, I didn't know how to use them back then. Anyway, what I did know was that I had to work quickly. When Slade realized what I'd done, there was going to be hell to pay, and I'd probably be stuck with the tab. I guess Slade's gambling includes more than roulette. These must be his lucky numbers. I saw this thing in my book of secret codes. It's called a grill. Now I just need to find the chart that goes underneath it. These letters and numbers must refer to Bible passages. After examining the contents of the briefcase, it seemed apparent that I needed some other items to break the codes. The only other thing to do was go back to the Big Surf Lodge. Luckily, Slade was nowhere to be found. I suppose I was in the last place he'd be looking for me. Typical motel bed. 50-pound bed cover custom fitted to a concrete slab. No shortage of little tables in here. Great-Grandpa Murphy got a Victor bike when he was a kid. He had a crossbar phobia till the day he died. Unremarkable, but adequate furnishings. Someone should have proofread this poster before they printed it. There are typos all over it. Slatted windows provide just the right amount of ventilation. The Royal Mail Steam Packet Company, and it absolutely has to be there in 3 weeks. I wish I weren't in deadly peril. I bet he's got all the great cable channels. I guess this train must have really nice bathrooms. And when you think speed, think Nord. I'm willing to bet this chart is packed full of hidden messages, but I need something else to find them. Come to Raphael's, where our sign isn't the only thing that's backwards. good book. Wonder if it came with the room or if it's Slade's personal copy. Gideon's Bible. Wonder if Jay Saint makes a royalty off these things. Now I just need to find out which post office. Unless I'm way off base, this is a hit list and Slade's planning on taking out all these people. Hold on. There's a highlighted letter in each of the names. If I line them up, it spells Mill Valley. Maybe the post office key goes to box 969 at the Mill Valley Post Office.
What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Jim Slade's hit list has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Larry Hammond has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Samuel Jones has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Greg Call has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Big Surf Lodge has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Jim Slade has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on chess moves has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Robert Knott has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on J. St. Gideon has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Gideon Enterprises has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? Thank you for using the American Information Database. Goodbye.
You have a fax.
I thought you might have picked up on the fact that I didn't want to talk to you, Mr. Murphy.
Oh, I did. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Wanda Peck gave me this number.
So, you're with Capricorn. I thought you people had gotten tired of pestering me.
We don't pester, Mr. Shimming. We protect the free world.
What is it you want this time? Totally unfamiliar. I don't know who that is. The name is completely foreign to me. Mr. Call was one of the original programmers hired by Mr. Gideon when he formed this corporation. Unfortunately, his abilities became outdated and we were forced to let him go. I have no idea what he's doing now. Now, this questioning is getting tiresome. Get to the point if you have one. I don't know who that is. Totally unfamiliar. Robert and I are quite well acquainted. I believe him to be a fine man, as well as candidate.
What brings you in? Can I interest you in a quick game?
No, thanks. I'd just soon not be beaten like a rented mule.
I would take it easy on you. At first.
At first, huh? Well, why don't we start with a few questions and see where the game goes from there?
By all means. I haven't heard anything about it. Hammond's a mutant and he's gone underground. He's on the run from something, but he's not talking about it. I can't tell you how to get a hold of him, and he's probably too spineless to want to talk to you anyway. Don't know him. Don't know him. I'm really not familiar with that. Don't know him. These are chess moves, but unless I see the match these moves were taken from, I can't tell you what they mean.
I'd hoped you'd come by again. No, please, thank you. I really must apologize for my inexcusably pedagogic display during your recent visit.
Hey, what you do in your personal life, that's none of my business.
What I mean to say is that I spent far too much time on my soapbox. You're quite a character. What can I do for you? I know nothing about that. I wish I could be of more assistance. Now there's a name I haven't heard in ages. I hired Sam to work at Gideon some 15 years ago, and after a decade of fruitful labors, we parted amicably. And then sadly we lost touch. Gregory was my right-hand man when I founded Gideon Enterprises, a brilliant programmer. Until recently, he headed a division of the corporation. I heard that Shimming fired him, undoubtedly removing the last traces of my influence. I'm afraid I haven't heard of it. I don't know who he is. Well, these chess moves are curious and vaguely familiar. Or perhaps they were part of some fabled match I may have read about. I can't say for certain.
You're back again. What can I do for you this time? You think Slade's working for Law and Order? If we can prove that, it might help us bring them down. Sure, I know Larry. He's a real piece of work. He's a mutant and lives out in Freetown. I run into him now and again, and he can be a good source of information. I don't know how you'll find him. He's kind of a renegade programmer, moves around a lot. Can't help you there. Carl is one of the leaders of the Mutant League. He's a good guy and someone that Law and Order wouldn't mind seeing out of the way. I don't have any information on that. He's a hitman, one of the best and most dangerous. He's done jobs for corporations, governments, you name it. Interpol would really like to get their hands on him. I'll follow this up and see what I can find out. Robert Knott is running for governor under the Law and Order party banner. I checked him out personally and couldn't find anything to hold against him. If he belonged to another party, I'd probably vote for him.
Listen, Mr. Murphy, I've been cooperative, and I've answered all your questions already. I'm under no obligation to help you any further.
I'm just doing my job, Mr. Sternwood. And I know it's not as exciting or as glamorous as yours, but I could really use your help.
Fine. Get to the point. I can't give you any details regarding that. The name is unfamiliar. I don't know who that is. The name is unfamiliar. I can't give you any details regarding that. The name is unfamiliar. I can't give you any details regarding that. As far as I know, Robert Knott is an excellent candidate for the Law and Order Party. I do not know Mr. Gideon personally, but from what I gather, he's no longer the man he once was. I'll leave it at that. Gideon Enterprises installed our security system. I had no further contact with the corporation. The name is unfamiliar. I can't give you any details regarding that. This photo appears to have been taken recently. The other man is John Klaus. I've never heard of it. John Klaus worked here before I became director. He was the top surgeon and left North Hill for a distinguished position as San Francisco General. I believe he may have performed Carl Linsky's surgery. I don't know who that is. The name is unfamiliar. I am sympathetic to the Law and Order Party platform, though I'm not a registered member of the Law and Order Party itself.
You certainly are a persistent rogue, aren't you? What can I do for you this time? I can't really help you there. Oh, I wish I could be of more help. I'm unfamiliar with that name. Oh, I wish I could be of more help. Oh, those places are wonderful. There's a whole chain of them. The nearest one is just off the Pacific Coast Highway, a few miles north of Big Sur. That's where Carl and I were going to go on our honeymoon. I'm unfamiliar with that name. Oh, I wish I could be of more help. Oh, that's the Law and Order Party's candidate. You know, if I were to vote on attractiveness alone, he would certainly get my vote. He's that fabulously wealthy industrialist. He seems like a fascinating man. It's a security system corporation, but I don't know anything more about it. I believe that's someone Carl used to play chess with. I don't know anything more about him. I'm afraid I haven't heard of it. Oh, my darling Carl. I don't recognize his friend, though. This photo was taken recently. I can't really help you there. Oh, I wish I could be of more help. I'm unfamiliar with that name. Oh, I wish I could be of more help.
You seem to think I'm some sort of street informant. I'm gonna start charging you for these consultations.
You know, you've been so very good to me. I think I'm gonna do you a favor. I know where Big Jim Slade is.
If you're on the level, I'll trade you any information you want.
Done. Slade's at the Big Surf Lodge, number 6. It's off the Pacific Coast Highway, just north of Big Sur.
Never heard of it. Never heard of him. I don't have a lot of time to waste, Murphy. Never heard of him. I don't have a lot of time to waste, Murphy. He's a hitman for hire, and he's on Interpol's 10 Most Wanted. If you're mixed up with him, I'd make sure your affairs are in order. I haven't got any information on that. Seems like a decent guy for a politician. I'll probably vote for him. I know he's a billionaire and runs Gideon Enterprises. That's about it. I've heard of it, but I don't have any privileged information about it. Never heard of him. I don't have a lot of time to waste, Murphy. I haven't got any information on that. Never heard of it. Never heard of him. I don't have a lot of time to waste, Murphy. She was a professor at USF. Died in a speeder wreck a couple of weeks ago. I guess you're gonna tell me it wasn't an accident, right? You've got quite an imagination.
What can I do to help? I don't know what that is. I didn't know most of my father's associates. Doesn't sound familiar. I didn't know most of my father's associates. Doesn't sound familiar. I didn't know most of my father's associates. Doesn't sound familiar. I know he's one of the candidates for governor, but that's about it. I know who he is, if that's what you're asking. I doubt I know any more about it than you do. I didn't know most of my father's associates. Doesn't sound familiar. I don't know what that is.
Now that I knew the location of the drop point, I drove like a maniac to the Mill Valley post office. I kept my eyes peeled, but either Slade hadn't used this place as a drop point before, or he was elsewhere looking for something to kill. I didn't want to take any chances, though, so I hurried inside and found box 969. There were 2 items in the post office box: a level 1 pass card for access into the Law and Order Party headquarters, and what had to be Slade's new orders. Unfortunately, I didn't have any way to decode them, not yet at any rate. I remembered that Sylvia had mentioned going out that night. Since I knew her name was on Slade's hit list, it might be a good idea to keep her under wraps for a while.
I'm so sorry. I got so wrapped up in your story that I completely lost track of time.
Well, I've been told I have that effect on women. Some sort of hypnotic power.
Whatever you say, sweetie. But seriously, you know, we really have to hurry. It's not easy getting reservations at the Golden Pagoda.
Well, as you know, I take the driving laws very seriously, so excessive speed is really out of the question. However, I know a shortcut.
This isn't the way home. Where are you taking me?
Found out some information just before I picked you up for dinner.
That you're falling madly in love with me?
I have reason to believe you're in the same danger your father was.
Why?
Well, I'm not sure exactly, but I'm checking into it. Regardless, I'm really nervous about your safety, and I think you ought to stay at the warehouse where your father was working.
But nothing's happened to me.
Well, that doesn't mean nothing will. And besides, it reflects very poorly on me if my clients get bumped off during a case.
Plus, I couldn't pay you if I were dead, huh?
Now, that's a very good point.
You're such a tough guy. Okay. I'll lay low for a few days if you want me to. But only because I don't want you to worry.
Ah, there's one.
Hydrant.
There's one.
Handicapped. Actually, I think you could make a case for that one.
Oh, that is very funny. Ah, right there, right in front of the restaurant.
Okay.
Told you.
Tex, tell me the rest of the story.
Well, after I took Sylvia back to the warehouse, I decided to go over to the Law and Order party. Well, it was after midnight, so I figured nobody'd be around. I could ransack the place. Unfortunately, I was wrong.
Excuse me, sir, but this premises has been secured for the evening. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave immediately.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm a private detective, and I'm here to find evidence of widespread corruption within the Law and Order party.
Okay, wise guy, get your hands up where I can see them.
All right, look, calm down. I suppose it's okay to tell you, but I am on a top secret mission for the government.
I don't care if you work for the NSA. I'm gonna need to see some ID.
Okay, pal, listen up, because I'm only gonna say this once. I've been hired by the Law and Order party to do a few jobs, so I don't need ID. So you just back up and nobody's gonna get hurt.
Look, mister, I'm not looking for any trouble. But I want to hold on to my job. I won't call you in, but I need to log in the ID number off the access badge you used to get in here.
Well, it's your butt. The name is Slade. Jim Slade.
It'll just be a second, Mr. Slade. Have a cup of joe, there's plenty.
I have to admit, I can make a mean cup of coffee. Well, someone around here is a heavy coffee drinker, and I'm betting it's our night watchman. Probably has to keep sipping it all night to stay awake.
What the hell are you doing?
Contact problem. Got it on again, though. coffee was spiked, I figured I should find a logical place to hide and wait for the Mickey to work its magic. I don't think I need to get in that door. A locked emergency exit. Sometimes, you just gotta go. Now that the night watchman was taking a nap, my first priority was to decode Slade's orders. I needed to find some kind of cipher with a lot of letters on it, and it had to be somewhere inside Law and Order. Another coded message. I've seen this type before. I need to find a reference document and count the letters in it. Unfortunately, I have no idea which document to use, though I'm guessing it's something related to the Law and Order party. I'd better steer clear of the bench. I don't know what's been on there. Now, this telephone's perfect for the man who's just gotta go. Well, I doubt this towel's been sanitized for my protection. They didn't spare any expense in this bathroom. Even the graffiti is top of the line. I don't need to take a peek in these. Nice rack. So this is where the water comes out. Clever. This thing must control the water temperature. Pretty fancy. This one appears to be unlocked. It's a piece of propaganda from your friends at Law and Order. Not surprisingly, most of the lockers are locked. I'll need to find a little something before I can open this. This one appears to be unlocked. This one appears to be unlocked. It's a piece of propaganda from your friends at Law and Order. Well, I guess Robert Knott isn't behind the hit list. He's on top of it. Slade's not gonna get this message, but that'll only be temporary. If I can find Knott and warn him off, maybe he'll tell me what's going on here. I think I can dispense with these things. If more people would just use common sense, signs like this wouldn't even be necessary. I'd rather fight than switch. I guess law and order doesn't have any use for mirrors, seeing as how they're a bunch of vampires anyway. They may have black hearts, but their hands are clean. Sink seems pretty standard. And this would be the gubernatorial cabinet, I suppose. Personally, I prefer my bathroom doors with crescent moons on them. Lots of tables around here. It's like a showroom. I've seen used tablecloths with more artistic value. Kalalala lilies, I think. Well, I wish I had time to borrow these. They'd look great with my office decor. Nice clean lines, but not particularly comfy. How special mutant meat pie. Nice paneling. It's Mr. Bill in a blender. Front desk. These double doors lead into a large room, maybe a reception area. This door's locked. Erebus Unitas. Didn't he play for the Colts? This door's locked. There must be hidden cameras in all the rooms. This could be a problem with a conscious security guard hanging around. Well, I wish I had time to borrow these. They'd look great with my office decor. Oh, and I forgot to ask him whether he wanted one lump or two with his coffee. Oh, I don't think our friend here needs his keys for a while. At least until he's done with his nap. Probably even nicer than the men's room, but good form prevents me from checking.
Poppies will make them sleep.
No chance of getting in here. Well, there's probably nothing in there I need. You look at this painting upside down, it'll make your nose bleed. Oh, it's the ID badge I handed to the guard. A Law and Order ID badge. This was probably left here to give Slade access into party headquarters, though I'm guessing it might work for me just as well. One of these offices has to be Robert Knott's. I don't need to bother with the others. This door's locked. As soon as I entered Robert Knott's office, I heard the familiar beeping sound coming from a panel on the wall by the door. It was an alarm countdown. Even with the night watchman knocked out, I figured setting off an alarm would not be good. Looks like I need to enter a password, and I don't have a whole lot of time to do it. Displays like this can be double-edged swords. I haven't seen a coat rack like this since the 2nd grade. Oh, I'm sure he's read all these books. Well, I wonder what kind of birdie this is. A finch, maybe. If I ever find Mr. Knott, I'm gonna make a point of asking him about his little fixation. Any photo kept in a safe has to be worth looking at. Silvio, with Frank shimming. Something tells me my client knows a lot more about what's going on than she says she does. This lizard painting seems inconsistent with Knott's interior decorating motif. Maybe it's his favorite thing to skewer. Something tells me I should crack this thing. Maybe there's a clue to the combination somewhere around here. Well, Mr. Knott seems to have a long, pointy thing fetish. Wow, these must be from the Billy Barty collection. That key might be useful. Knott's got his chair cranked up nice and high. Poor little guy. You just can't buy height. Post it. I should see what Mr. Knott was reminding himself to do. I wonder what's at this address. Maybe it's where Robert Knott's hiding out. Yeah, and maybe I'm the Queen of England. But I guess I'd be stupid not to check it out. Certainly appears to be a lamp. Doesn't look like Knott has much use for his computer. It's not even plugged in. Someday, I'll have a quality vid phone like this one. A marble top. Pricey. These look like they just might open. Looks like Mr. Knott pulled somebody's file. Looks like Robert Knott was doing some checking up on John Klaus. Interesting. I'm assuming that's the door I came through. This looks like the kind of index card I keep my Cajun recipes on. This doesn't look like any name I've seen in a Rolodex. Maybe it's a code. I guess I should play with it a bit. A CD, and I'm guessing it's not the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack. Whatever's on this disc can't be good for the Law and Order party. Maybe this explains why Robert Knott's on the chopping block. I'll bet Wanda would do just about anything for this little tortilla. Locked. I'll need the Law and Order ID badge in order to open this door. I tried to call Wanda Peck but couldn't reach her. But I had that mystery address from Knott's office, so I decided to check it out and try Wanda later. That mystery address turned out to be a seedy-looking tavern on the waterfront. Even had a condemned sign plastered across the front door.
Well, you should have felt right at home.
Oh, that's funny. But what happened next wasn't. Despite a clear warning from my spider sense, I walked around back and found an open door. Finally regained consciousness. It felt like I'd been trying to drink my own body weight in cheap gin.
It sounds terrible. Yeah. Oh, bando for two.
Thank you. May I check your coat?
You know, I think I'll keep it, thank you.
Okay.
Is it less than $3? Oh, that's all right. That wasn't the worst of it, though. I had this ripping pain inside my head. I mean, I was munching ibuprofen tablets like they were Reese's Pieces. That didn't stop the blinding light I was getting behind my eyes or the pain I had in my head.
Did you see a doctor?
No, just the light flashes, actually.
Come, I'll take you to your seats.
Oh, thank you.
Here are your seats. We'll have to prepare another table for you since you were late this evening. Can I get you a drink?
I don't think so. Why don't we just wait?
Certainly.
Oh, this must be the penalty box.
So, finish telling me about Linsky.
Okay. Well, the thought occurred to me that Carl Linsky might have gone through the same thing I was going through. I mean, you remember I told you he had that little scar on the back of his neck? Well, it wasn't so hard for me to envision jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge just to get away from the pain.
What had they done to you?
Well, I had no idea other than I got beat up really good. I didn't realize at the time the clock was ticking and that I had less than 48 hours to live.
What did you do?
Well, I was only halfway up a long series of steps. The next one was to find Robert Knott because he and I were on the same sinking ship together. Like my skull was full of razor blades, I found a pay vid phone and tried Wanda Peck again. This time she answered. I told her I had something she'd want to see, so she agreed to meet me at the Capricorn building.
It was so important that you wanted to meet me after hours.
I've got something that might interest even you.
I'm listening.
This disc is from Robert Knott's office.
How'd you get that?
Off the record, I stole it. Robert Knott's fallen out of favor with the Law and Order Party, and for all I know, he could be dead. But if he's alive, I want to know where he is.
Well, off the record, I know Robert personally. I like him. I don't know where he is, but I can give you the best guess I have. He owns a cabin up north, which no one knows about. Well, almost no one. I'll give you directions. Wait here.
Wanda gave me the direction to Robert Knott's cabin. I wanted to leave right away, but I was too beat. Went back to the office and I slept for a while.
Where was the cabin?
It was up north, way out in the woods. In fact, I didn't even find it until after dark.
Well, was he there?
No, but I could tell someone had been there recently. I got inside and started looking around for something that might tell me where Knott was hiding out. I figured if I warned him about Slade, he might tell me what the hell was going on with Law and Order. Lights were on inside the cabin. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer, so I let myself in. I parked out in front, through that door. Skylight control switch. I don't believe skylights are standard features in most log cabins. Shutters on the inside. Well, I suppose that's one way to do it. Nothing nicer than a relaxing evening in front of the fire with a jug of hooch at your elbow. The furniture's a little rustic for me. It must be Goofy of the Anasazi. Nothing touches my artistic soul like stick figures etched on a flap of animal skin. This pile of wood reminds me of the time this woman said she thought I could really light her fire. And I said, yeah, I was just admiring your kindling. A fireplace like this would do wonders for my love life. Of course, so would going into politics. Perfect log for a romantic evening by the fire. Large, light, and dry as Mom's pot roast. It's like Knott misplaced all his fireplace tools. It's really kind of gruesome when you think about it. A bunch of little fishies, and what's this? A small metal box. I guess I should check it out. Uh-oh. Those aren't fishies, they're piranhas. Looks like I'll have to find an industrial-strength fishing pole. And like the stone said, wild horses couldn't drag me away. From ransacking the cabin, that is. This picture was hung on a bent nail. I suppose a regular hook just wouldn't do for an amateur frontiersman like Mr. Knott. Bar stools. Well, these are funny looking and smelling plants. These are some big old cabinets. good, sturdy rope. The door's not much, but the transom's a handsome touch. Looks like a Mayan bird bath towel. This quilt makes me want to find a bunch of hubcaps and have a game of super checkers. Under a Killing Moon. Now that would be a great title for something. Frontier armoire. Probably full of union suits and coonskin caps. I'll need to find a little something before I can open this. Looks like a deflated life raft or something.
Sounds like you'd worked with blow-up dolls before.
Hey, I have never been that lonely. But at the time, I had no one else to turn to. This must be the back door. No need to check out the yard. Well, the cabinets are certainly well made. Now to see if they're well stocked. These seem pretty self-explanatory. Non-kosher dills. My favorites. They're bottled with pork rinds. A bottle of salsa alegre. A tortilla chip's best friend. A water purifying hose made of a sturdy space-age metal. Now, this hose is screwed down pretty tight. I need to find some sort of unscrewer thing. Frigidaire bow hunter model. Just big enough to hold a 12-pack and a big bag of jerky. Well, gas stoves are certainly the way to go. They're cleaner than electric and more economical than cold fusion. The drawers might be worth peeking into. Mini torch. There's got to be some way I can use this. You could light a cigarette from across the table with this baby. Well, it's a good old-fashioned monkey wrench. Robert Knott's top-level ID badge. This might give me access to someplace special in Law and Order Party headquarters. Well, I wasn't expecting any company, but as long as you're here.
What the hell's going on here?
Whoa! Listen, don't shoot the messenger, okay? I came to warn you. Somebody wants you dead.
Tell me something I don't know.
Okay. I don't know who it is, but somebody inside Law and Order hired a hitman named Big Jim Slade. You're on his things to do list.
Keep talking.
Wanda Peck wants to know why your head's on the chopping block.
So who the hell are you? And what's your relationship to Wanda Peck?
Well, my name's Murphy and I'm a PI. And I truly believe that Wanda and I are destined to be soulmates. I'm just hoping that someday she'll consent to bear my children.
You know, I don't know if you're hooked up right, but Wanda wouldn't have let you come here if you weren't on our side.
You really think you're safe here?
It's as good a place as any. Doesn't really matter anyway. They're gonna find me sooner or later. Actually, my own death is not exactly high on my wish list of things I'd like to happen to me. But I'll tell you one thing. They know I'm not gonna give up without a fight.
So tell me something if you don't mind. But how does someone go from being the Law and Order Party candidate to the top of their things to kill list?
A candidate is sugar coating on a pill. The party sets an agenda, and all I do is try to make it a little easier for the public to swallow.
What's Law and Order trying to force feed us?
What'd you say your name was?
Murphy. Tex Murphy.
Well, you gotta believe what I'm gonna tell you, Tex.
Why not? I'm pretty gullible.
Law and Order has this plan. They're gonna put implants into everybody. It's gonna allow them to identify, track, and eventually control the whole population.
They really believe they could get away with that?
They know it.
Listen, maybe you can answer something that's really bothering me. If Law and Order is so powerful, why are they going around killing everybody?
Call. Greg Call. They're trying to kill anyone who has ties to him. He used to work for Gideon Enterprises.
Well, how about I go talk to Frank Shimming?
Shimming? No, he's squarely in the camp of Law and Order.
Well, maybe he's behind this whole thing. I mean, Shimming could be the Overlord.
You know about Overlord, too?
At this point, I started to smell gas.
Let me guess. You grabbed a couple of chili dogs for the flight up.
Not that kind. One of the bullets had hit the stove. Now the whole cabin was being flooded with gas. Who are those guys? They'll be a hit squad. Looks like they accomplished their task. It took a couple of slugs before he hit the floor. Well, Knott didn't put up much of a fight. This fell out of his pocket when he hit the floor. It's an old-fashioned key. This might go to that frontier armoire in the bedroom. A little small for me, but I might be able to get some use out of them. I gotta figure out a way to get out of here. Quickly. Yeah, she looks a lot more lifelike with clothes on.
We know you're in there!
Hey, I've got a proposition for you. A girlfriend would like to meet you.
Show us the girl!
Hi, boys. Come on in, let's have a party. I got s'mores.
Okay, we're coming in.
I love hunters.
The smell of gas is getting stronger. One of those bullets creates a big spark. I'm gonna go up like a Roman cannon.
It's just a rubber doll!
Well, I had a few singed hairs, but I was okay. Little did I know, things were about to really heat up.
Ooh, it sounds like Sylvia's about to make another appearance.
That's a good guess. After I got out of Knott's Inferno, I decided to fly back to Linsky's warehouse, check up on my client.
But she wasn't there.
Have I told you this part of the story before?
Oh, no, it's just that, well, I know how women work.
Well, that makes one of us anyway. So she's not at the warehouse. I fly over to her apartment. She's not there either. So I get in my speeder. I fly back to my office. I walk in the door.
And she's waiting for you.
Yeah.
Probably wearing something very nice.
To tell you the truth, I did not even notice.
Oh, of course not. So then she says, "Hello, handsome."
Needless to say, I was very, very upset with her. I thought we agreed that you would stay at the warehouse.
I know, but I started worrying something would happen to you. I don't feel very comfortable about being alone right now.
Sylvia, This thing is dangerous, and I don't think you realize how dangerous it is.
Well, tell me. I'm paying your tab after all.
Yeah, sure, bring business into this.
Well, that's what it is, isn't it? Am I not just a client? There were plenty before me, and there will be plenty after me.
That's what I tell myself.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean by that.
Tell me.
There's this thing. It's called the rules of a PI. And the number one rule is, don't fall for a client.
That wouldn't happen, would it?
Yeah, well, I'm holding you personally responsible for making me even think twice about it.
I feel so guilty.
Yeah, well, you should.
So tell me, are there any rules about kissing a client?
That falls squarely under Rule 1.
The rule that you're thinking twice about. So, break a rule. How many rules are there?
37 so far.
So 36 out of 37, that's not so bad. And I won't tell a soul.
Sounds like you were just about ready to go into the deep fryer.
No, it's more like a quick sear, followed by a slow simmer. Listen, Sylvia, it has been an incredibly long day, and my resistance is just about 0. So if you will take 10 paces back, promise to quit smelling so good. I promise you that when this is over, look into the possibility. We got a deal.
Okay, I'll be good. But I'll hold you to that promise.
I've got a cot in the other room. You take that and I'll sleep here.
Sweet dreams.
That's not gonna be hard.
Do you miss her?
Oh, yeah. This again. You know, as soon as I lose some weight, I think I'm gonna get rid of it. I don't think I need to be reminded anymore. No, I don't think I do.
Good. Because I'm very selfish, you know.
That's one of the things that really attracts me to you.
Boy, that makes me happy to hear it. So now that you've described to me just about every temptation a man can stand, what happens next?
Nothing happened? Nothing happened, okay? Actually, I flew Sylvia back to the warehouse.
Good.
I thought you'd like that part. I went back to the office and I had a call.
You find the chess move?
I did. It was in the design of Val Davis's pass card. Look, I'm ready to meet with you. Just tell me when and where.
It isn't safe yet, but I have another lead for you. Find out about Greg Call.
Who's Greg Call?
He was the lead programmer on the STG project. He knew about Overlord.
Well, how do I find him? Greg Call. Overlord. Either one.
Call is dead.
Oh, that's gonna make him easy to find.
Call suspected that someone on the inside was selling out the STG project. For that reason, he relocated to a secret base of operation. If you find that, all your questions will be answered.
Any hints on how I'm supposed to do that?
The police were warned that Call might turn up dead. They may have found something that could lead you to where he was working. Oh, I gotta go.
So Greg Call was the head of the STG project.
Yeah, but he was the dead head.
So now you went back to see Detective Clements, right?
Good guess. Hey, Lieutenant. How's it going? Bust any big-time criminals lately?
We checked out the Big Surf Lodge.
So?
It was vacant.
I swear to you, he was there.
Tell you what, when you track him down, let me know. Until then, get the hell out of my office and stay out!
Curious. This UPEX package wasn't here before. Appears to be a Braille alphabet. Getting ready for your hunter safety course there, Lieutenant?
I thought I told you to stay the hell out of my office.
Please. Eve. I'm walking in here on my hands and knees. I've just about cracked this case, but I need your help to finish it.
All right? But this is it. No more chances. I haven't got any information on that. How do you find out about these people? He died a few days ago. We would have chalked it up to natural causes. An aneurysm, maybe. Except we got an anonymous tip through 911 the day before he died. Tipster said that if he died, we should perform an autopsy. It only turned up one unusual thing. A small capsule planted under the skin. Inside was a plastic tag with markings on it. We couldn't make heads or tails of it. Maybe you should give it a try.
Nexus? What does that stand for?
I'm not sure it stood for anything. But I surmised that it had to do with Greg Call's secret base of operations. Now I had to ask around to see if anyone knew about it. You'll never guess who did.
What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Nexus has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Frank Shimming has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? Thank you for using the American Information Database. Goodbye.
Do you have any facts?
I thought you might have picked up on the fact that I didn't want to talk to you, Mr. Murphy.
Oh, I did. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Wanda Peck gave me this number.
So, you're with Capricorn. I thought you people had gotten tired of pestering me.
We know you're a very busy man. A few quick questions and I'll let you get back to ruling the world.
What is it you want this time? I have nothing of any importance to say about that. What are you showing me that for? Do you intend to blackmail me? It's no secret I employed escorts occasionally in the past. As to the identity of the young woman, I never knew her real name, or wanted to.
Nice move. Depending, of course, on your point of view.
It's good to see you. What's up? I'm really not familiar with that. Shimmy always had a taste for expensive women. I think this one's name was Candy or something like that.
Knott's desk is unbelievable. You gave us just what we needed to break open Law and Order. Now, how can I help you? I haven't the faintest idea what that is. We are aware that Frank Shimming has a taste for young ladies. It's one way we've gotten inside his inner circle.
I don't think you fully appreciate just how busy I am. You have exactly 2 minutes. I can't give you any details regarding that. Mr. Shimming has been known to employ escorts on occasion, and Sylvia was a regular companion some years ago.
So what can I do for the world's sexiest PI? I'm afraid I haven't heard of it. Well, of course I recognize Sylvia, but I don't know the man with her. Could have been just about anyone, I suppose.
You caught me at the last moment, Mr. Murphy. I was preparing to go abroad.
That sounds good. You know, I've heard Amsterdam is great.
Everything you've heard is true. I highly recommend it. Now, I think I can spare you a few moments before I leave. Well, this photo concerns me, but I prefer not to discuss it if you don't mind. Your investigation has certainly got you into some obscure channels. Years ago, well after the government signed the UNGP treaty, Gideon Enterprises bought the rights to utilize dozens of abandoned government installations. Nexus was the code name for an underground military facility located in Washington State near Mount Shasta. I don't believe we ever used the location.
Nexus base took a long time to find. I won't bore you with the details, but the installation looked totally derelict from the outside. Once I found a way inside, I entered an underground laboratory that was brand new, state-of-the-art.
Was there anyone there?
No, but as soon as I stepped inside, I did hear a voice.
Stand by for system scan.
Those men that jumped you had put some sort of implant into your head.
Exactly. And it seemed like I was in the best possible place to do something to remove it. I started looking around with just that in mind.
Just that in mind. No pun intended, I'm sure.
This thing gives me flashbacks to my former dentist and the horrible wisdom teeth incident. Some kind of chart. Maybe watching all those ER reruns will finally pay off. Oh, there's a card on the clipboard. If the implant I'm carrying around is on this list, it must be number P333. Now I need to figure out which of the kamikaze implants will neutralize it. Standard keyboard. Oh, a chip-making device manufactured by Frito Intel. The two mega corporation merged a few years back and cornered the chip market. A special Mengele model syringe. This looks like an autoclave. It's used for storing items in a sterile environment. A security card reader. Must be for the autoclave. These aren't the ones I need. That's the one I'm looking for. I guess Greg Call must have designed the solution to neutralize the Overseer implants. Now I have to find a way to inject it into my bloodstream.
You injected yourself with that thing?
I had to. Then I went into the scanning booth. The fun was just starting. Implant removal station. Well, the IRS has always been good at removing everything else from me. The green diamond must indicate the location of the P333 implant. I have to move the kamikaze implant into one of the blood vessels where it will appear as a blue cross. Then, I have to navigate it until it reaches the implant and neutralizes it. Uh-oh. Those flashing dots look like trouble. Must represent antibodies. And I guess they're out to get rid of the new infection. I'd better steer clear. I'd neutralized the Overseer chip, which someone had designed to be fatal in my case or a controlling device to others. I still had no idea who was pulling the strings, but as I stepped out of the removal station, I heard sounds just outside the main entrance. I ducked behind a display panel and waited to see who it was.
Hello? Hello? Okay. I'm really not very good with surprises.
Well, it isn't my mystery man. What's your name?
Larry Hammond. I would have told you earlier, but I have some serious trust issues going on. With all that's happened, I've got the right to be a little paranoid.
Yeah, I guess you do. You haven't been using the code name Poison Pawn, have you?
No. Why?
That's not important. How'd you get here?
I followed you. I wanted to make sure you came here alone.
Well, I hope you were more careful about being followed than I was.
Now, I have a very strong sense of self-preservation. I even brush my teeth carefully.
Yeah, it shows. Why don't we just start at the top and see what you know? Tell me about Carl Linsky.
Well, Linsky and I both worked on STG. But I didn't know him back then. I recognized his picture in the paper from when he had his suicide.
Well, that's helpful. How about STG?
It was a really mysterious operation. I mean, Greg brought me in to do some programming. I didn't know anybody on the design team, and we weren't encouraged to get to know each other either. I mean, once we got our instructions, we went off to work in different places. None of us knew what each other was working on.
So, who's in charge of this little circus?
Greg had been there the longest. He was pretty much running the show.
So is he this overlord I've come to hear so much about?
Oh, no, there had to have been higher-ups. I knew Greg for a long time. We were in Mutant League together.
Oh. Just so I understand something here, the reason you got in contact with me is because you wanted me to find Carl's lab, right? Why?
Well, early on in the program, Greg got really paranoid and relocated his base of operations. And no one knew where he was at. I didn't even see him until after I finished my work with STG. A couple of weeks ago, after all the mysterious deaths, I decided to go underground and get a read on my life expectancy. Well, you see, I was underground, and Greg found me, which didn't give me a great sense of well-being. Anyway, he said he needed my help.
To do what?
He wanted to find the pass cards we'd all been issued. You see, all 8 of us received these cards at the beginning of the project. They were used to transmit data from wherever we were working to some sort of central computer. Now, the whereabouts of that computer, that was top secret.
Well, what about the chess moves?
Oh, I don't know anything about those. I think they were Greg's idea. He designed the cards.
And you've got a card?
Yeah. You take it. Just holding the thing next to my skin just gives me the hives.
No, it's that polyester.
Really?
You told me if I came here that I was gonna get the answer to all of my questions.
I said that? No, I was just guessing. I've got something that might help. Now, Greg gave me this the last time I saw him. Now, he said, don't open it unless something happened to him. I think something happened to him.
What are we supposed to do with it?
What are we supposed to do with it? It's your problem now. I told you everything I know. I gave you a pass card, and I gave you what Greg gave me. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go somewhere and try not to get killed. Hasta la pasta, baby.
Hey, Larry. Thanks for the help.
Anytime.
So Larry was the mysterious informant. And he said he wasn't the poison pawn. Well, what was in the envelope he gave you?
There was a note written from Greg Call to Larry. There was more to the content of the note than met the eye. Larry's pass card. The corresponding scrambled password is written on the envelope Larry gave me. Carl told Larry not to read this message unless something happened to him. There must be some sort of secret message contained in this note. Hey, slushy machines. Rubik's keyboards. Putting the challenge back into data entry. Well, I have no clue what these displays mean. Thermodynamic readouts in two strange alien planets. STG must have bought these pass card readers in bulk. Seems to be a large light panel. Well, I certainly hope the switch doesn't control anything potentially lethal. Well, this should make a nice addition to my pass card collection. This was Greg Call's pass card. Man, talk about wired for sound. Art Garfunkel could rock on these speakers. Running these workstations would be way over my head. Lynx LS mug. I've got to play that one of these days. Appears to be a recently clipped newspaper article. The The mysterious informant said I'd find answers to all my questions if I found this place. Maybe this computer is the mother lode. Passcard reader's hooked up. Now I'll need to scan the passcard. Carl told Larry not to read this message unless something happened to him. There must be some sort of secret message contained in this note.
To Larry, or whoever's watching this, I'll have to assume that my first plan has failed and I'm probably dead. The purpose of this message is a warning, and afterwards my computer will reformat, so listen up. I've enjoyed a long friendship with J. St. Gideon. We founded Gideon Enterprises together years ago, and I believe that he is a good man and has honorable intentions, regardless of how I may disagree with his philosophy. For years, he has worked on a program called Overlord, a worldwide surveillance system which would allow him ultimately to control key political figures, thereby speeding up the world peace process. This was all made possible about a year ago. A breakthrough in nanotechnology allowed us to create microscopic devices that, once implanted inside someone, would allow us to control the physiological reactions, the chemical reactions, make the person a slave to positive response. And in this way was born the STG project, sort of a Pavlovian remote control program. We recruited 7 other scientists and put them on different phases of the project so none of them would know what the entire project was about. We gave them pass cards which would allow them to transmit data to a central overlord computer. I found out shortly thereafter that John Klaus, one of the scientists, was intending to sell out the project to the Law and Order Party. When I went to Gideon with my fears, he disregarded them. Either he knew something that I didn't, or he was simply too obsessed to listen to reason. Regardless, I took it upon myself to implement a fail-safe program into Overlord, which I called Stalemate. Now, in order to activate this Stalemate fail-safe program in the Overlord system, all 8 STG pass cards are required. I made a plan to track down the other 7 pass cards. I started with Carl Linsky's home once I'd learned that he'd committed suicide, but I was unable to find the card. The thought crossed my mind that since Carl Linsky and John Klaus were friends, that possibly Linsky staged his own death and is working with Law and Order and John Klaus. But I can't substantiate that. At this point, I'm not sure who I can trust, outside of Larry Hammond and J. St. Gideon, though I'm not sure how much J. St. Gideon will listen to me at this point. Regardless, Gideon's program, Overlord, must be deactivated. If not by me, then by whoever's watching this message.
I knew it!
You knew what?
Oh, Sylvia was behind the whole thing. Oh, it all fits together now. Of course, Linsky staged his own suicide.
Okay, you got yourself an interesting theory now. Play with it.
Well, okay. Linsky worked at the clinic, right? And, well, there's a lot of patients there, and, you know, maybe one was in a coma or terminally ill, and Linsky finds one that is about his same size, maybe even looks like him. And I think that's where Linsky probably gets the idea. So he dresses the patient in his clothes. He, you know, plants the wallet, the keys, and the suicide note on him. They, you know, dump the body in the bay, and it's recovered, and who identifies it?
Sylvia.
Please, we're finished. Thanks. Well, did I get it? Did I figure it out?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe so.
So, well, then why don't you tell me the rest?
Actually, I'm fascinated by your story. Why don't you tell me what you'd do next?
If it were me, I would probably go to the Law and Order Party headquarters.
That's exactly where I went, because now I had Robert Knott's pass card. This time there was no sign of our friendly night watchman, though I figured he was around somewhere. I doubted the coffee trick would work again, so I had to figure out another plan. Coffee table, being used appropriately for once. I was lucky to get in without the guard seeing me, but I figured he was somewhere in the building. I'd be in trouble if he returned to the front desk and checked out the monitors, so I had to figure something out fast. This security camera could be a potential health risk. I'm extremely photosensitive. A luxurious patois. I guess they like to party on the patio. I've never been musically inclined, but I have been known to take a stand on occasion.
Pretty smart. You saw that on Mission Impossible, didn't you?
Oh? Did they use that trick too? Why, I had no idea.
Did you have any problems setting up the photo?
Are you kidding? What do you think I am, an idiot? No lack of entry space. This place must get a lot of traffic. One of those banners shows that cute little son from the Raisin Bran box. Maybe I've stumbled onto a conspiracy. Ah, the birthplace of the Law and Order Party. The stinking backwaters of Hatfield-McCoy country. I wonder if this tree could have bugs. Furniture in here looks like it was set up for a bridge tournament. I'll bet a few fat cats have rubbed their bellies on this thing. Quality plastic place settings. Only the best for Law and Order party boosters. Well, it never occurred to me to make Jell-O with fruit chunky style. Chopsticks. Looks like the Law and Order dinner was German Chinese food. An hour after you eat, you're hungry for power. I wonder what the Law and Order Party platform says about hobbits. Well, heaven help us if dogs ever get the vote. Courtesy phone. No way in the world this thing's bugged. This painting gives me a warm fuzzy. Auntie M. The Law and Order Party beach towel. They're tough on crime, downy soft on you. I'll bet there's some interesting secrets behind this door. I don't see any visible way to open this door. Odd. The ozonator seems to have a good-sized hole in it. This must be John Klaus's little shop of horrors. Nothing here. This thing must be hard to keep clean. Sure is a popular model. I see it everywhere. Well, here's something they filed on the floor. I think Klaus has night fever, and he knows how to show it. Chances are probably about 0 that I'll get into Klaus's computer. Something tells me I may not want to look at this photo. Not Gideon, too. This time, Sylvia has a lot of explaining to do. An inter-office memo. I have a weak spot for insider information. Nothing here. Maybe Klaus moonlights as a film critic. Implant procedures. Question is, if they just want to kill people, why did they go through all the trouble of the implants? What's the real purpose behind using them? Slaughterhouses must require good ventilation. I don't like to think what Klaus would be doing with a barrel of acid. Karl Linsky's name is on the printout. That explains Linsky's surgery. That may also explain his suicide. Tape player. I'm not so sure I want to hear what's on this. Klaus stands on this, he might be able to look people right in the eye. I guess Klaus has drawn a little blood in here. Lovely. These tools look like something out of Dead Ringers. Chances are probably about 0 that I'll get into Klaus's computer. A cat picture. Interesting. Klaus doesn't strike me as an animal lover. Slade must have given this pass card to Klaus after he murdered whoever it belonged to. Klaus probably uses this to determine the exact moments his patients kick off. I'll pass on the sandwich, but a super squishy sounds pretty darn good. Something with John Klaus's name on it. Could be informative. I'm surprised this thing doesn't have a stretching mechanism on it. The syringe from hell. I may be one of the few people to go back through that door outside of a body bag. I'd gotten everything I needed out of Law and Order, but the odds were pretty good that the guard was waiting in the lobby. I had to figure out a way to get him away from the front desk without letting him know I was in the building. After my narrow escape from Law and Order, I went home and crashed, but I slept like hell. Slade was still out there, undoubtedly looking for me, and I had nightmares about John Klaus, the mad scientist, turning everyone into zombies. When I woke up the next day, I had no idea what was going to happen. Little did I know, later that day, I'd find out the identity of the poisoned pawn. Sounds like I've got a message on the vid phone.
I have a message for you. You'll probably think it's important. You can pick it up at my shop whenever you get the time to see me. Ciao for now.
Like I've got a message on the vid phone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murphy. I just wanted to call and thank you for bringing me the disc from Robert Knott. It has everything we need to take down the Law and Order party. The evidence is overwhelming. I owe you a big favor. Within reason, of course. Thank you again.
Sheesh, Jorge, you're not still playing the same game, are you?
So, you got my message.
Yeah, I did.
I was contacted on the internet by the poisoned pawn you asked me about. He sent an email for you.
For me?
It's over there on that computer.
Thanks.
There was no return address.
That's all right. Well, everything about the message seemed legit. It was from the Poison Pawn, came through Valdez. It referred to things from Wanda Peck's anonymous letter. But my intuition meter was on the fritz. Was I being set up? Or was I about to meet the man behind the curtain? If so, who was it? J. St. Gideon? One of the supposedly dead scientists? Carl Linsky back from the grave? I waited till midnight and went to the rendezvous point. My instincts told me to beware of a trap, so I found a back door and went in that way. The place appeared to be empty, but I still needed to check out the clock tower. As it turned out, though, I had to search the ground floor first, and search pretty thoroughly before doing anything else. An elevator. Well, like they say, what goes up must come down. This could open some doors for me. Nothing happened. There must be some other power switch in here somewhere. These crates don't look like they've been moved in quite a while. These don't smell like barrels of fun. The boxes are all in various stages of dry rot. Looks like someone was tidying up about 20 years ago. A rock. I wonder if there's a hard place nearby. I'm not planning on leaving until I find the Poison Pawn. It must be waiting up in the clock tower. Old toolboxes? Well, they're like Christmas presents for an amateur handyman like myself. Oh, a penknife. Perfect for cutting pens. Humco, the first name in chemical byproducts. Something tells me I may need these first aid supplies in the near future, but not at the moment. These look like they've been moved recently. My favorite kind of paneling, electrical.
Shame to cover such a beautiful mouth. Don't you think so, Mr. Murphy? It was necessary, of course. You see, I couldn't have Dulcinea warning off her knight errant from charging the windmill.
I was wondering when you'd crawl out of that rat's nest.
Contraire, Senor Quixote. It is you who are the rat. And you, my dear,
the perfect piece of cheese.
Who's the poison pawn? Is it you? Is it Sylvia here?
Sylvia? The poison pawn? It was Miss Linsky's father who wrote the anonymous letter to Capricorn. We found copies of it while we were going through his papers after his unfortunate death.
So why'd you have to trick me into coming here?
I brought you here to offer you a trade. You tell me what you know, and I let the little missy free. So, let's begin with the STG pass cards. Where are they?
The best of my recollection there, somewhere on the Spanish High Plains with my trusted servant, Sancho. I've got them with me.
Excellent. Now, in 30 words or less, tell me everything you know about the STG project.
Not too much. I mean, I've heard implants, mind control, satellite tracking. Oh, and then there was that little experiment you pulled on me.
Unfortunately, it didn't work out quite as we had planned. You were supposed to be a good little detective and die, like Mr. Linsky.
I mean, Linsky was your friend. I'd hate to see what you do to your enemies.
Well, you're about to find out. Now, for the sake of Miss Linsky here, tell me what else you found out about.
Well, there's someone running around with the name Overlord. He seems to be running things. You know, I think that's you.
Excellent! Excellent! Now, as a token of my appreciation, one last kiss.
Why'd you tell him he's never gonna let me go?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy. It looks like she's not in the mood. For once! Well, let's just move on to the murder-suicide portion of the program, shall we?
You said you'd let her go. We made a deal.
Oh, Mr. Murphy, please. Don't compound your gullibility with your stupidity. I mean, she's more of a threat to me than you are. The mere fact that she's been intimate with several of my enemies, not to mention a handful of my allies, makes her a real threat.
You're a liar! Don't listen to him, Tex. I've never had anything to do with Klaus or any of it. I swear it.
Well, I didn't say you were involved. But I do realize you have the capacity for treachery. I mean, for all I know, you may be as innocent as you claim to be. I'm just not a risk taker. Oh, don't look so sad, Tex. At least you know that you were the last, I mean, perhaps she even cared for you. Much as he's capable. Well, down to business. Mr. Slade? Mr. Slade? I leave the necessary unpleasantries in your capable hands.
My pleasure, Mr. Klaus.
That was close. I was beginning to wonder how we were going to get out of this.
Don't stop wondering on my account. See, the way I got it figured, once I get all those pass cards, someone will pay top dollar to get them back. I was just taking out the middleman.
If you take a personal check, I'd be happy to put in my bid.
Well, I appreciate the offer, but I don't think you're in the right tax bracket. was thinking more along the lines of, say, Jason Gideon. So, who wants to go first?
I will. I wonder if you'd consider granting me a last request.
I suppose. As long as it's reasonable.
Could I kiss Sylvia goodbye? At least that way, I could die a happy man.
Well, I wouldn't want you to die unhappy. Go ahead. But don't do anything stupid.
I'm gonna find a way to get us out of this, okay?
Oh, that was very touching. Now let's get down to business. So who's first?
You know, Slade, any little girl looks tough with a gun. Why don't you pretend you're a real man? Let you and I go mano a mano, huh?
I'll give you one thing, you've got guts. All right. I'll make an exception this one time. No honor among thieves, eh, Murphy? Why don't you just come out first? Make things easy on yourself. If you don't, I might just kill your girlfriend first. You can't hide forever. I'll get you sooner or later. Sooner's better for me.
Okay, Slade, I give up. I'm not gonna get out of this situation alive anyway. I do have a proposition for you.
For some reason, you don't seem to understand. I don't need to make a deal with you.
You want to blackmail Gideon, don't you? To do that, you're gonna need all 8 STG pass cards. I know where you can get 7 of them.
What sort of a bloody drongo do you think I am?
Here's the STG pass card that Sonny stole from you. You let Sylvia and me go, I'll get you the other 6. Oops. Tell me something. Why did they call you Big Jim Slade?
Well?
Yeah, that clarifies.
Well, if that didn't, these will. Ow! That wasn't too fair.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
That's too bad. You know, I hope you don't mind me you saying this, but you are good. You are very, very good. You give lessons?
Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, this one's on me. Oh, look. Time to die.
Slade!
This is for Sonny. Okay, did you overhear anything else?
No.
All right, look. Take this. You keep your eye on him. Cops will be here in a bit, so he shouldn't be a problem, but there's something he's got that I need.
Tex, about that thing that Klaus said about me.
Look, Sylvia, your business is your business.
No,
I understand, okay?
Please listen.
It's okay, really. The past is the past.
It's important to me. I want to tell you there's been some things in my life that I'm not very proud of. I used to work for an agency, an escort agency.
If I get out of this, I'm gonna bite your bloody leg off.
If he says one more thing, I want you to just shoot him.
I've known a lot of guys, but that was the past. It's behind me now.
And it's all right, okay? I mean, really, it's all right with me. It really doesn't matter, so relax, okay?
But I want it to matter to you. I've never had anything to do with Klaus or Law and Order or any of it.
What the hell is this? Card. Got it. Keep your eye on him.
I'm
okay?
a new woman now. I'm not the person I used to be.
Right.
Oh, come on. You did not fall for that old line, did you?
No, no way.
Yes, you did, didn't you? Oh. Okay, so how did Sylvia justify this whole escort thing with you?
Well, I guess she'd just gotten into modeling, was barely getting by. A friend told her of a great way to make money.
Yes.
I guess that's the only reason she did it.
Oh, likely story.
Yeah, well, I guess I was pretty gullible back then. Anyway, while Slade and Klaus were waiting for me to show up, Sylvia overheard them talking. Apparently, Klaus had operated on Carl Linsky. When he removed the tumor, he replaced it with an implant that eventually drove Linsky insane. Slade just tracked him to make sure he committed suicide.
I still think my theory's better.
Well, I told you yours was a better story. But regardless, Klaus was using Linsky as a guinea pig for the Law and Order Party for what they intended to use Overlord for.
Did Sylvia overhear anything else?
Yeah, she did, as a matter of fact. Now, Klaus still wasn't sure where the Overlord main computer was, but he suspected it was at J. St. Gideon's mansion.
And that's where you went next.
Right. When I told Sylvia, she said she knew how I could get in.
A shortcut to the bedroom, I'll bet.
Actually, that's what it was. Look, don't say it. I know I was a moron, but she did get me inside the mansion. So there I was, standing in Gideon's bedroom without any idea of what I was looking for.
Naughty pictures of Sylvia?
You really do have a one-track mind. Well, I don't have a password for Klaus's card. Something tells me I'm gonna need one before this thing is over. Maybe I should look around his office. Well, the floor pretty well checks out. Gideon's all set up for a round of tag team chess. Looks like some type of schematic drawing. This sculpture is just like the one in my office. Of course, that's like comparing an actual Lamborghini to the Matchbox version. It's a pond. Probably ought to have my face on it. Looks like solid gold. Gideon must have paid a king's ransom. Wow, that's a pretty horsey. Looks like a bishop-shaped lamp. Look, a rook. I'm fairly sure that's a queen. Well, this door just leads to an exit. I need to look around here for something. Maybe a secret panel or door. Abner, the juggling angel. These must be antiques. I could stare at this painting for like 8 seconds without getting bored. This adds a pleasant tropical touch. The 9 Knights of St. Gideon. Galahad, Lancelot, Hector, Harry, Hotspur, Haggis, Deadeye Dick, the Shadow, and Fierce Fred, who was the smallest and hungriest knight of them all. Gideon must use these for strength training. Sylvia was probably more of an aerobic workout. These must be antiques. Court, a novel by the author of Joy of Chess, More Joy of Chess, and everything you've ever wanted to know about chess but were afraid to ask. I figured Gideon would have a bed like Scrooge McDuck's. The chess set seems to be missing a few pieces, about 26 of them. Wonder why. Opened up around here. Elevator. Well, like they say, what goes up must come down. Wonder what the switch does. Only one way to find out. I stepped out of a secret elevator onto a balcony overlooking a huge gallery filled with priceless paintings, beautiful sculptures, and classic statues.
In other words, a place where you were completely out of your element.
If you're implying that I have poor taste, then wouldn't that reflect poorly upon my choice of dates?
All right, I take it back. Continue.
Well, large chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and across the room I could see a set of doors. Unfortunately, the floor of the gallery was pressure sensitive and lit up with extremely high voltage. There had to be some way to get across, but it certainly wasn't obvious just how I was supposed to do it. This part of the floor is armed. Well, I'm no tightrope walker, but those retaining walls look as though they just might be wide enough to walk on. If I could get that even with the balcony, I might be able to find a way to reach it. This must raise and lower the chandelier so it can be cleaned. I'll need much longer arms to reach that. A sturdy brass railing could probably support a lot of weight, and it looks like it's coming loose. I guess this entrance to the elevator didn't have to be camouflaged. Dumbbell bar. Reminds me of my dad's favorite hangout.
Oh, I would have loved to have seen that. I can just imagine you shimmying across on that pole.
It's my formal dance training. Luckily, there was a big control panel on the outside of one of the walls. I just had to find it. That was completely Greek to me. Well, I'm no expert, but I'm guessing Gideon didn't buy this one at Prince Plus. This probably cost a lot of money, and I have no idea why. This painting has a somewhat religious feel to it. I dressed up like this once. Of course, I was holding a beer at the time. It reminds me of my last girlfriend. Nice body, but nothing upstairs. I've always thought that sculpture and surrealism went together like peanut butter and tuna fish. All this art and not one classic movie poster. Key to a good devil kebab? First, use only fresh devils. Ah, the statue of David. This reminds me of when Great-Grandpa Murphy used to tell us stories. I wish I'd known him when he was sane. That was completely Greek to me. This guy's got girl trouble. Another control panel. Maybe this one has something to do with the security system in here. Damn, there's no off switch, just a test button. And I've never been good at taking tests. Need to jump down to the floor inside the display walls. That's a doorway I need to get to. This looks suspiciously like a flower pot. door leads back to Gideon's gallery. If I remember my medieval history correctly, these figures represent Stan and Bill, the patron saints of oak paneling and brass fixtures. Gideon certainly didn't spare any expense with his interior decorating. I wonder how much Gideon paid for these. Benches in here remind me of my undistinguished Little League career. A CD. If I can find out what's on this, I might get a better idea of what Gideon's up to. There must be a place where I can run this disc somewhere around here. The smell of fine cigars and old books coming from beyond this door, I deduce that this is J. St. Gideon's study. Gideon must be trying to corner the stained glass market. Four Tiffany lamps. Seems a little ostentatious. I'll bet Gideon bought this with his hard-earned cash. This collection of pictures looks like something out of a Martha Stewart guide to interior decorating. In my experience, bookshelves should always be inspected thoroughly. This appears to be an elaborate cabinet, but I can't figure out how to open it. If I ever run into this Cupid guy, I'm gonna beat the hell out of him. Satan doesn't like the call, but Gabriel will be shooting the 1-1. These books must be for decoration. Nice wings. Sure beats the aquarium of guppies I had when I was a kid. In my experience, bookshelves should always be inspected thoroughly. There's something odd about this particular set of books. Some sort of metal cross. So much wasted seating space. Those people at Glamour Shots really do some nice work. Gideon's got a whole herd of horsey pictures. Books, books, and more books. Sure, he's got a nice big desk. Size doesn't matter. It's all in how you use it. It's like a video game I played on Dad's old 286. As I remember, the game was just too darn big to fit on one floppy disk. Bat phone. Dinosaur coin bank. Must be a keepsake from when Gideon was like the rest of us. This is a curious little dropping. The cross must need to be placed in the right spot, probably in one of those outlines that popped up when I first put the cross on the cabinet. Nothing boosts my confidence like finding a security card. Considering the theme, I'm surprised Gideon didn't install pearly gates. Seems like an odd place for a couch. I don't see a TV anywhere. Can't help but admire the sturdiness and craftsmanship of the doors. I'll need to find a little something before I can open this. That door leads out to the hallway. These won't help, because I'm looking for clues. I don't care much for guns. Except, of course, when I'm hunting wabbit. Plants. Still fashionable after all these years. What is this? This thing is ancient. Maybe I'll let Gideon know I was here by beating his high score. Hermaphrodite. Give me 5, way down low. The relatively obscure philosopher Mediocrities. Some sort of metal cross. Gideon must offer medium and large-size pizzas. A nice floral touch. So much wasted seating space. Jigsaw puzzle. Gideon must get really bored. These chess terms must be passwords. Could be useful at some point. Nightlight. Well, I'm surprised Gideon doesn't play on a round table. Gideon could probably beat me at chess, but I'd wax him in a game of 9-ball. Well, I hope Gideon got a good deal on these pool balls, because they're all numbered wrong. Whatever this door leads to must be important. It's controlled by an access panel. Looks like the access panel requires a numeric code. I wonder what these monitors are monitoring. That's a picture of the president's daughter. What diabolical scheme is Gideon working on? Transmitter arrays. I've seen them on Star Trek. Realigning them will solve just about any unforeseen problem. External display of Gideon's mansion. Good thing no one was on guard duty when I broke in. Unless I miss my guess, that's a graphic of Alcatraz Island. Pretty high tech for me. I just learned how to use WordPerfect. Looks like Gideon's got a prison flick on the TV. And it's got a built-in disc player. How nice. Gideon should know better than to leave top-secret discs just laying around. There must be a place where I can run this disc somewhere around here. Appears to be the only exit. Security override panel. I hope it has something to do with the gallery floor. Looks like it needs a security card. Obviously not the patron saint of quality paper products. A brass plate like this one would make one of my fruit trays just that much more impressive. I need to find something like this for Grandma Murphy. It'd be just the thing to serve her prize-winning potato salad on.
Tex, you did it. Slade, when the cops came, he confessed to everything. The status of my daddy's death has been changed from suicide to homicide, and I got the money.
That's great, Sylvia, that's great. I'm not done with the case yet.
What do you mean you're not done?
There's still something I've got to do.
Why? We're rich. You can retire.
This isn't about money.
Well, what in the world else could it be about?
Call it a moral obligation.
What about your immoral obligation?
Gideon's project's out of control. I mean, a lot of people have died. Somebody's got to do something about it, and I'm in the best position to do that.
Why don't you just stay out of it? You've got plenty of things to take care of now, including me.
If our future's worth having, it's worth waiting for.
Look, we have everything around here to make us completely happy. How dare you want to throw it away? What are you trying to prove, huh? That you're brave and strong? Well, I've already seen that. What you're talking about is stupid.
Obviously don't understand me very well. I got into this business to help people, and I'm not just gonna sit around and watch this thing happen. I mean, how would I feel about myself?
You know what? You go play Boy Scout. I don't care.
Sylvia, I want us to be together, but you can't change me.
You know what? You do what you have to do. Just don't expect me to bring flowers to your funeral.
I left for Alcatraz right after Sylvia stormed out of my office. Probably should have gotten a good night's sleep first, but I was pretty wound up.
Poor baby.
Yeah, well, it turns out it didn't matter. As soon as I landed on Alcatraz and stepped out of my speeder, something zapped me and I blacked out. Must have been one of those security droids. When I came to, I was in a locked jail cell in one of the old prison sections. Unfortunately, the bars don't seem to have corroded with age. The air ventilation's surprisingly good, but it's not going to help me get out of here. These mattresses give the phrase, "don't let the bed bugs bite," a very real and disturbing meaning. The bricks in this section of the cell wall look a little loose. Maybe this is my only way out. This wall looks pretty shaky, and I'd just as soon avoid a cave-in. I've got to create a hole large enough for me to crawl through, but it'll have to be perfectly square with no other gaps. Yeah, 1 brick left over. And 1 brick in the hand is worth 2 in the wall. This hook chain looks like it could be detached. This makes a nice makeshift grappling hook. What if there's anything around here to grapple? I crawled through the hole in the bars, climbed over the railing, and jumped down to the cell block floor. I quickly realized I had 2 problems. 1, I had no idea where to start looking, and 2, the cell block was being monitored by a security droid. It wasn't that smart, but if I wasn't in a cell when it passed me on the ground level, I'd be Hamburger Helper. That droid looks menacing enough. I'd better be careful. Hopefully, one of these will open. Most of the cells appear to be locked. Looks like I'll need a key. That's a roll of barbed wire. Maybe I should unroll this. These stairs must lead up to the guards' quarters. Oh, I'm sure this sign headed off a lot of potential problems. This visiting station brings back fond boyhood memories of going to see Uncle Jack. Penal safety should never be taken lightly. Even after all these years, the chairs are still in working condition. World War I style gas mask. I wonder if it still works. I wonder if that's really true. Looks like I'll need a key. A Gideon security pass card. Damn, I'm a PI, not a doctor. But these rules do seem pretty sensible. Hopefully, one of these will open. This door leads to another cell block. Looks like I'll need a key. No way to get through here. Sedative gas canisters bolted to the wall. These must have been put up here in case of a prison riot. There's a key on that peg. This is the key to cell block D. Panel door. The lock seems to have been broken. This door leads to another cell block. Most of the cells appear to be locked. Heavy metal doors. My sensitive nasal passages detect a foul odor coming from beyond this door. This door looks strangely ominous. Sheesh, give me a heart attack. I guess this droid's dead. Actually, this one looks different from the ones up above. Could be a maintenance droid. Wristbands of the damned. I'd better not screw around with that, especially wearing my highly conductive loafers. Well, this is quite the air filtration system. Must be a clean room and some computer equipment around here somewhere. There seems to be a problem with one of these units. A warning light's flashing. The maintenance droid replaced the filter and then exited through a door at the end of the hall. Well, the filtration units seem to be functioning properly. I'm guessing these signs aren't referring to being photographed. No doubt about it, this is the area I need to get into. No supply crates. Gideon must be planning on holing up here for a while. A couple of these crates are empty. Just light enough for me to move them. Screwdriver. This place stinks. Oh, supply crates. Gideon must be planning on holing up here for a while. This must be where they kept the barrels of swill for the prisoners. A shiny new garbage bag. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Oh, there's a dirty air filter in the garbage bag. What do we have here? Looks like a dirty air filter. The most intimidating door I've ever passed through, bar none. This cell's full of ancient supply crates. Probably too old to be of any use, but I better check it out. These levers must control the cell doors on this block. This thing looks pretty corroded. I guess it only controls the 10 cell doors on the ground level. And if it's not working correctly, it'll be a trick to figure out where to move the lever to open the cell I want to get into. This crate feels totally empty. Looks like a small explosive with a delay on it. Could be a handy little item. This timer and detonator could be a useful item. That gas canister is bolted tightly to the piping. To get that off, I'll need a screwdriver. This gas canister is ancient. Probably used by prison guards in case of a riot. I wonder if it still works. This looks like it came off that droid. It's probably busted. That tool looks like it fell off the maintenance droid. This filter is spotless. Must have been replaced recently. This guy didn't seem to take it as hard as the guard did. No doubt about it, this is the area I need to get into. Monitor. Guard must have been occupied while I was making my way down here. It's so hard to find good help. At the rate I'm going, security guards everywhere will start referring to me as the Sandman. Link's LS mug. I've got to play that one of these days. I guess I'll need something to access the second set of doors. Oh, great, a DNA scanner. I won't be able to bluff my way through this. The pad on the floor scans for correct DNA makeup. Well, I doubt this hairbrush was for any inmate. It looks too expensive. I wonder if Gideon's moving crew dropped it. Judging by the amount of hair on this brush, I'm guessing Mr. Gideon may want to check into a hair replacement system before too long. Slipped through the DNA scanner and entered some kind of computer control center. I walked up to what looked like a central terminal and typed in the word stalemate. Suddenly, a command popped up telling me to insert a pass card.
You'd gotten into the system.
I got out the 8 STG pass cards and inserted one into the console. At that point, it asked me for a password which I had to type in.
Stalemate sequence initiated. To deactivate Overlord, insert pass cards now.
Exit this program immediately, Mr. Murphy.
Sorry, Mr. Gideon, I can't do that.
You don't understand what you're doing. I am not the enemy.
I know, but Overlord is.
Then you do not understand its purpose.
I think I do. Do you know how close Law and Order came to overtaking your system?
A calculated risk, my friend. It is the only solution.
Well, a lot of innocent people have been killed. I'm just trying to make sure there are no more victims.
It is better that some die, rather than allow the entire planet to degenerate into total chaos.
No one's got the right to play God.
I agree. It's unconscionable. But the fact is, it's done every day, and moreover by people who aspire to nothing more than avarice and domination. What do you imagine stopping me will accomplish?
But what do you think you'll accomplish?
Overlord is the hope, Mr. Murphy. Oh, with it, I can influence events in the global political arena for good.
Good for you, maybe.
Good for all those who respect mercy and justice.
You've created just a little bit of a monster here, Mr. Gideon. It wouldn't be the first time you lost control of your creation. Law and Order Party was going to use it for its own purposes. Other groups are going to try, and eventually one of them's going to succeed. This little nightmare of yours has got to be destroyed.
Oh, I pity your blindness, and regret that you cannot be reasoned with. Let the match begin.
I'm black, right?
Oh, I'm afraid not. But, you have the first move.
Well, that's good. Found myself looking out over a huge virtual chessboard covered with chessmen. Gideon had said that I was white, which of course had fewer pieces. Some type of 3D interface popped up with a menu of 8 possible moves on it. As far as I could tell, Call had programmed it so I'd have to choose the correct sequence of moves in order to checkmate the Black King and deactivate Overlord.
Overlord, system deactivated.
Checkmate, Mr. Gideon.
Your case is finished. I've been saving this to celebrate my success. I suppose I should drink to yours. To the future. Mr. Murphy? I shan't be needing it anymore.
Find a penny, pick it up. All the day you'll have good luck. See you, Buck. Harley.
So, Mr. Tex Murphy, private investigator, are you ready to take the dive?
Depends. What's in it for me?
Well, let me give you a little taste.
Keep talking.
Well, how about a romantic night in the Caribbean or sun-filled days on the beaches of Rio? How about skiing in the Alps?
I don't ski.
I'll teach you how to ski, among other things.
I'm kind of a white picket fence, kids, dog kind of guy.
We'll talk about that later. Right now, we have the whole world to explore.
You know, Sylvia, I've been thinking, $1 million isn't what it used to be. I think we need to get an investment counselor.
Well, $850,000.
I've already spent $150,000?
But that reminds me, I got a little something for you. Hold on.
You didn't have to do this.
This is in celebration of solving your first case.
Wow. It's a hat.
All great detectives wear hats. I thought you should have a fedora.
Hope you didn't pay too much for it.
I paid way too much for it. This was supposed to have been owned by Humphrey Bogart. I know how much you like him.
Here, help me try it on. Maybe we can put it in a frame or something. I don't know what to say.
Say thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Would you like one?
Sure, doll. Why not? Gideon was probably right.
No, he wasn't. You were. Hey, this is not a perfect world, and no one expects it to be. But the most important thing is our freedom. The freedom to make choices for ourselves. And yes, every now and again, maybe the freedom to make an occasional mistake. You are much too critical of yourself.
It's just that I guess I'm not used to hanging my heart out on my sleeve. I feel like I'm bleeding all over you.
Hey, whose idea was it? It was mine, wasn't to have this talk. And you know what? I appreciate how honest and forthright you've been.
Hell, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm sitting here with the world's most wonderful woman, and I haven't been able to make a commitment to you. No, I saved my commitment for women like Sylvia, who caused me nothing but grief. Sonny and Gideon, they were right, because I didn't know anything about life. And I was just getting set up for a big fall, I can tell you that right now. Didn't even take very long with Sylvia. I mean, Sylvia was the only woman that I ever trusted enough with my heart. And not only did she not want it, she punched a hole in it with her high heel as she walked out the door.
I am so sorry that you've had to go through all this. I know how hard this has been for you to open up and to talk to me. You okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling very vulnerable and I feel stark naked. But, for some strange reason, I actually feel better. Go figure.
Good. Because I know how hard it is for you manly men to open up to us women. But sometimes it helps to share the pain. And who knows, maybe it'll get rid of all those nightmares you were telling me about.
Yeah, that'd be nice. You're a wonderful woman, did you know that?
I know. Right now, we're just very good friends who happen to be attracted to each other.
Extremely attracted to each other.
Oh, okay. Well, do you remember what you said a few minutes ago about being very attractive?
I think the wording was very, very attractive.
I have something better for you to do with your mouth.
Man, my breath. No, it has nothing to do with you.
I shouldn't have had the garlic sauce.
Look. Our speeder, it has been stolen. Somebody has stolen our car.
Oh.
Cannot believe this. Man, I knew it. It was just too good to be true. The best moment of my life, followed by the world's worst. I mean, here I am, my speeder's stolen out here, I'm sitting on a great... God, that was hot!
It's Tex, look, it's gonna be okay. Look, why don't we take a cab home, we'll call the police from home, and then tomorrow we'll call the insurance company. You don't have insurance? Oh,
Well, I
no.
did have insurance, but the fact of the matter was I was never using it, so I kind of let the policy expire.
Okay, so maybe the police can help you track it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure the police are gonna drop everything for Murphy's missing speeder.
Oi! You guys saving that spot or what?
Hell no, if you want it, take it.
You okay?
You know, actually, our speeder was just stolen.
Bummer.
Yeah, it is.
Tell you what, would you guys like a lift to the cop shop?
No, we'll walk.
He's really just trying to do us a favor.
Chelsea, I'm getting a really bad feeling about this. It's like some sort of deja vu or something.
Oh, come on. I think you're just upset over losing the speeder. Look, don't be stubborn right now. You know what? We would really appreciate it, would you?
Hop in.
Thank you very much.
Glad to help.
Oh, look, his head is even uglier than yours.
What's wrong with my hat?
It's a shame to lose such a good parking spot.
Yeah, well, thanks for reminding me.
Sorry about that. Pity about the speeder.
We'll be okay. Hey, thank you very much again for the ride.
Pleasure. Glad to help.
Don't miss the most exotic and exquisite exhibit of the decade. The Fabergé World Tour 44. All mad splendor of imperial Russia. Don't miss.
So you folks from around here?
Oh, my name's Chelsea.
Name's Dalton.
Hey, thanks again.
Thanks for sitting up front.
This is not a good idea.
What do you want me to do about it?
Now that we're 50 feet off the ground, I don't know.
Who's your mate?
Oh, that's Tex. He's having a very bad day.
That true, Tex?
Oh, no. Everything's just going peachy.
Well, things could get worse, sir.
Don't ask questions, I'll tell you no lie. Can't you see the truth is there when you look in my eyes? Such a long story, that's no alibi. I'm stuck here on the ground, learning to fly. I'm trying to try. So hard talking, things get in the way. And every time we meet it seems I have nothing to say. The gloom is rising, I can see in your eyes that you are here to take the time to teach me to fly. And I'm trying to try. I've got shadows that are on another day. And once again my heart begins to feel this way. No more shadows, only this place, and the light that seems to shine in your beautiful face. And I'm ready to fly, not trying to try, not trying to try, not trying to try.
As soon as I stepped into the radiation chamber, the door sealed behind me, and I immediately heard a somewhat disturbing computer message.
Radiation at level 1.
The switch isn't working. Good thing there's an emergency override panel in here.
Radiation at level 2.
Someone had taken a laser blade to the emergency override panel.
So it was a trap. Was it meant for you?
Could have been. Or maybe Val Davis, but then she died before she had a chance to fall into it. Either way, I had to find a way to repair the circuit board before time ran out. Oh, wait, I forgot to tell you something. There was this certain item at Linsky's warehouse that made it possible to deal with the situation.
Radiation at level 10.
That isn't what happened.
And you're right, but I was just checking to see if you're paying attention. As soon as I stepped into the radiation chamber, the door sealed behind me, and I immediately heard a somewhat disturbing computer message.
Radiation at level 1.
The switch isn't working. Good thing there's an emergency override panel in here. Someone had taken a laser blade to the emergency override panel.
So it was a trap. Was it meant for you?
Could have been. Or maybe Val Davis, but then she died before she had a chance to fall into it. Either way, I had to find a way to repair the circuit board before time ran out. Fortunately, I brought along that circuit conductor kit I found in Linsky's warehouse.
Radiation at level 2.
Oh boy, this is bad. Someone slashed the connections. If I don't find a way to connect 2 horizontal terminals and 2 vertical terminals, I'm gonna get microwaved into an early grave.
Radiation at level 3. Danger. Radiation level moderate. Approaching lethal exposure. Radiation at level 9. Radiation at level 10.
That isn't what happened.
And you're right, but I was just checking to see if you're paying attention. Now the door to El Baño. Even with Slade in the shower, if I walk in there, it's gonna be curtains.
That isn't what happened.
You're right, but I was just checking to see whether you're paying attention. Great. If Slade comes out to answer that phone and sees me, I'm dead.
That isn't what happened.
You're right, but I was just checking to see whether you're paying attention. This jacket must have cost $2,000. I guess business is booming for Mr. Slade. Uh-oh. Sounds like Slade's headed this way.
You think you're so funny. If you had done that, you wouldn't be here right now.
I am just trying to keep the story lively. As long as Slade's in the kitchen, I might as well check out the bathroom.
That isn't what happened.
You're right, but I was just checking to see whether you're paying attention. These letters and numbers must refer to Bible passages. Now I just need to find out which post office.
Excuse me, sir, but this premises has been secured for the evening. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave immediately.
Oh, yeah, right. I work for Robert Knott, okay? And unless you want to become a permanent addition to the concrete foundation of a new high-rise, I suggest you let me go about my business.
I don't care if you work for the NSA. I'm going to need to see some ID.
Okay, pal, listen up, because I'm only going to say this once. I've been hired by the Law and Order Party to do a few jobs, so I don't need ID. So you just back up and nobody's going to get hurt.
Look, mister, I'm not looking for any trouble. But I want to hold on to my job. I won't call you in, but I need to log in the ID number off the access badge you used to get in here.
Well, it's your butt. The name is Slade. Jim Slade.
It'll just be a second, Mr. Slade. Have a cup of joe, there's plenty. I'll have to ask you to have a seat until the authorities get here.
I could tell that wasn't going to work, so I tried a different approach. Looks like I need to enter a password, and I don't have a whole lot of time to do it. The password for Knott's office alarm turned out to be contained in the coded orders I'd gotten from the Mill Valley post office box. Who are those guys? Probably a hit squad. Looks like they accomplished their task. Took a couple of slugs before he hit the floor. Of course, that idea would have just gotten me killed. My second approach was much better. Who are those guys? Probably a hit squad. Looks like they accomplished their task. Took a couple of slugs before he hit the floor. Smells like a bullet caught the gas line. One spark and I'm a briquette. I gotta figure out a way to get out of here. Quickly.
We know you're in there!
Smell of gas is getting stronger. One of those bullets creates a big spark. I'm gonna go up like a Roman candle.
You are surrounded! Come out with your hands up!
I'm running out of time here. Think.
There is no escape!
Those guys are gonna break in here any second.
Come on out!
I can't go through the doors or the windows. Maybe there's another way out. Man, if I don't come up with something quick, I'm gonna be toast. figure out a way to get out of here. Quickly. Of course, that idea would have just gotten me killed. My second approach was much better. Hey, I've got a proposition for you. A girlfriend would like to meet you.
Show us the girl.
Hi, boys. Come on in, let's have a party. I've got s'mores.
Okay, we're coming in.
I love hunters. The smell of gas is getting stronger. One of those bullets creates a big spark. I'm gonna go up like a Roman candle. I'm running out of time here.
That's just a rubber doll.
Of course, that idea would have just gotten me killed. My second approach was much better. Need to lure those thugs inside before I can climb through the skylight, or they'll just have a clear shot at me on the roof. Mini torch. There's gotta be some way I can use this.
Show us the girl.
Hi, boys. Come on in, let's have a party. I've got s'mores.
Okay, we're coming in.
I love hunters.
That's just a rubber doll.
The only flaw in my plan was that I needed something that would distract the thugs long enough for me to get through the skylight.
Nexus? What does that stand for?
I'm not sure it stood for anything. But I surmised that it had to do with Greg Call's secret base of operations. Now I had to ask around to see if anyone knew about it. I'll never guess who did. Implant removal station. Well, the IRS has always been good at removing everything else from me. The green diamond must indicate the location of the P333 implant. I have to move the kamikaze implant into one of the blood vessels where it will appear as a blue cross. Then, I have to navigate it until it reaches the implant and neutralizes it. Those flashing dots look like trouble. Must represent antibodies. And I guess they're out to get rid of the new infection. I'd better steer clear. I'm just kidding. There was a way to do it. I just had to find it. The Law and Order Party Beach Towel. They're tough on crime, downy soft on you. I'll bet there's some interesting secrets behind this door. I don't see any visible way to open this door. Odd. The ozonator seems to have a good-sized hole in it. Couldn't let that guard in the lobby see me on his monitor. I'd gotten everything I needed out of Law and Order, but the odds were pretty good that the guard was waiting in the lobby. I had to figure out a way to get him away from the front desk without letting him know I was in the building. I had to get that guard out of the lobby before I could make my escape. That was close. I was beginning to wonder how we were going to get out of this.
Don't stop wondering on my account. See, the way I got it figured, once I get all those pass cards, someone will pay top dollar to get them back. I was just taking out the middleman.
If you'd take a personal check, I'd be happy to put in my bid.
Well, I appreciate the offer, but I don't think you're in the right tax bracket. I was thinking more along the lines of, say, Jason Gideon. So, who wants to go first?
That was close. I was beginning to wonder how we were going to get out of this.
Don't stop wondering on my account. See, the way I got it figured, once I get all those pass cards, someone will pay top dollar to get them back. I was just taking out the middleman.
If you'd take a personal check, I'd be happy to put in my bid.
Well, I appreciate the offer, but I don't think you're in the right tax bracket. I was thinking more along the lines of, say, Jason Gideon. So, who wants to go first?
That was close. I was beginning to wonder how we were going to get out of this.
Don't stop wondering on my account. See, the way I got it figured, once I get all those pass cards, someone will pay top dollar to get them back. I was just taking out the middleman.
If you'd take a personal check, I'd be happy to put in my bid.
Well, I appreciate the offer, but I don't think you're in the right tax bracket. I was thinking more along the lines of, say, Jason Gideon. So, who wants to go first?
I will. But I wonder if you'd consider granting me a last request.
I suppose. As long as it's reasonable.
Cut me a deal. Look, I'll give you all the pass cards, but just let Sylvia go.
Let me have them and I'll think about it. Okay. Nah. I don't think I want to cut you a deal. But it was a nice thought.
I will. But I wonder if you'd consider granting me a last request.
I suppose. As long as it's reasonable.
Give me 3 steps. I will. But I wonder if you'd consider granting me a last request.
I suppose. As long as it's reasonable.
Could I kiss Sylvia goodbye? At least that way, I could die a happy man.
Well, I wouldn't want you to die. I'm happy. Go ahead. But don't do anything stupid.
I'm gonna find a way to get us out of this, okay?
Nice try, Murphy. A little more practice, you might have pulled it off. As it is, I have what I need, so I guess you're expendable.
Could I kiss Sylvia goodbye? At least that way, I could die a happy man.
Well, I wouldn't want you to die. I'm happy. Go ahead. But don't do anything stupid.
As soon as I make my move, start yelling for help. Could I kiss Sylvia goodbye? At least that way, I could die a happy man.
Well, I wouldn't want you to die. I'm happy. Go ahead. But don't do anything stupid.
I'm gonna find a way to get us out of this, okay?
Oh, that was very touching. Now let's get down to business. So who's first?
I'm gonna find a way to get us out of this, okay?
Oh, that was very touching. Now let's get down to business. So who's first?
Oh, please, Mr. Slade, don't kill me. I'll do anything, but just don't kill me!
Oh, you sure know how to impress your girlfriend, don't you? Let me help you out before you embarrass yourself any further.
I'm gonna find a way to get us out of this, okay?
was very touching. Now let's get down to business. So who's first?
You know, Slade, any little girl looks tough with a gun. Why don't you pretend you're a real man? Let you and I go mano a mano, huh?
I'll give you one thing, you've got guts. All right. I'll make an exception this one time.
You know, Slade, any little girl looks tough with a gun. Why don't you pretend you're a real man? Let you and I go mano a mano, huh?
I'll give you one thing, you've got guts. All right. I'll make an exception this one time.
You know, Slade, any little girl looks tough with a gun. Why don't you pretend you're a real man? Let you and I go mano a mano, huh?
I'll give you one thing, you've got guts. All right. I'll make an exception this one time.
You know, Slade, any little girl looks tough with a gun. Why don't you pretend you're a real man? Let you and I go mano a mano, huh?
I'll give you one thing, you've got guts. All right. I'll make an exception this one time.
You know, Slade, any little girl looks tough with a gun. Why don't you pretend you're a real man? Let you and I go mano a mano, huh?
I'll give you one thing, you've got guts. All right. I'll make an exception this one time. No honor among thieves, eh, Murphy? Why don't you just come out first? Make things easy on yourself. If you don't, I might just kill your girlfriend first. No honor among thieves, eh, Murphy? Why don't you just come out first? Make things easy on yourself. If you don't, I might just kill your girlfriend first. No honor among thieves, eh, Murphy? Why don't you just come out first? Make things easy on yourself. If you don't, I might just kill your girlfriend first. You can't hide forever. I'll get you sooner or later. Soon is better for me. You can't hide forever. I'll get you sooner or later. Soon is better for me. You can't hide forever. I'll get you sooner or later. Soon is better for me. You can't hide forever. I'll get you sooner or later. Soon is better for me. You can't hide forever. I'll get you sooner or later. Soon is better for me.
Okay, Slade, I give up. I'm not gonna get out of this situation alive anyway. I do have a proposition for you.
For some reason, you don't seem to understand. I don't need to make a deal with you.
Here's the pass card that Sonny stole from you. You let Sylvie and me go, I get you the other 6.
Well, how about that? You know, I'll bet you've got the other cards on you. Guess we'll find out soon enough.
Okay, Slade, I give up. I'm not gonna get out of this situation alive anyway. I do have a proposition for you.
For some reason, you don't seem to understand. I don't need to make a deal with you.
Here. Catch.
Oh, what are you thinking, Murphy? I don't need any more of your little tricks. Have a nice trip.
Okay, Slade, I give up. I'm not gonna get out of this situation alive anyway. I do have a proposition for you.
For some reason, you don't seem to understand. I don't need to make a deal with you.
You want to blackmail Gideon, don't you? To do that, you're gonna need all 8 STG pass cards. I know where you can get 7 of them.
What sort of a bloody drongo do you think I am?
First you let Sylvia go, then I'll talk.
Wait, I call the shots around here, Murphy, and I do mean that literally.
Damn, there's no off switch, just a test button. I've never been good at taking tests. I need to jump down to the floor inside the display walls. Naturally, I would have been crazy to try that. Luckily, there was another way out of the situation without getting myself killed. Naturally, I would have been crazy to try that. Luckily, there was another way out of the situation without getting myself killed. So I had no choice but to pursue another solution. No doubt about it, this is the area I need to get into. I had no choice but to pursue another solution. This filter is spotless. Must have been replaced recently. If I wander in there, the flatulous oxide will have the same effect on me. I need to find something to protect me from the gas.
Stalemate sequence initiated. To deactivate Overlord, insert pass cards now.
That wouldn't have been the best way to handle the situation.
Game, set, and match, Mr. Murphy. Perhaps this competition is too cerebral for you. check, and mate. You really should have taken on someone who would let you win. This match is terminated.